opinion you sharing, a picture us parent, one-on-one you staring at your future demise as you cut down the size, down and out and can't rise. There's you and some flies in the area abandoned, result of the cannon for your swindling and scamming. After you examine likelihood of you laying where you stood, a slight reflection will result in your good. I can see your future, collection of your past, added to the present, make sure it go last. Reverse the polarity and break your gravity, enforce my authority and cause a tragedy. All made by your actions and verbal aggression, you'll be the next man's lesson. This is my profession, while you stand near novice, a freshman beginner. I got this nigga, I'm a stone and sinner, yeah.
Mean streets supreme in the east, we all scream peace, still let them shells release, and don't tell police, fell under spell of the beast. I keep killing, I'll be the villain if the crime is billing.
We can go hammer for hammer, I lock it down like the slammer. I AK-47 you clips bananas, you won't like it when I turn green, like David Banner or Luther Rigno. When I crush your larynx, it's rapid fire, when I spit it like a sec, and come through them projects like a Vietnam vet, strictly headshots, cause I ain't aiming for your chest. Vietnam, Saddam, drop bombs like Lebanon, 666 in sight, holy water asheton, madman, insane brain, get your shit bomb, scientists, I bust like firearms, I bust like firearms.
Mean streets supreme in the east, we all scream peace, still let them shells release, and don't tell police, fell under spell of the beast. I keep killing, I'll be the villain if the crime is billing. Mean streets supreme in the east, we all scream peace, still let them shells release, and don't tell police, fell under spell of the beast. I keep killing, I'll be the villain if the crime is billing. King Christ be the source, son, the cross is heavy, fan gloss prove you lost already, but shots off the porch I'm deadly. Rock with the older G, queen hoes trying to get a hold of me. At the courthouse they let go of G. Back on the streets I'm dealing, same old feelings coming over me. See my face, every witness a race. Get a legal aid, tell them plead my case. DA should freeze the hate. Next day I receive my fate. Cops fuck them, I hustle just because my ribs is touching. You know Christ catch him on the button.
Yo God, what the fuck is this shit? I thought we was teaching, man. We fame labs, man. This is, teach, man. Today's mathematics, student enrollment, 1 to 14, 1 to 40.
Mean streets supreme in the east, we all scream peace, still let them shells release, and don't tell police, fell under spell of the beast. I keep killing, I'll be the villain if the crime is billing. Mean streets supreme in the east, we all scream peace, still let them shells release, and don't tell police, fell under spell of the beast. I keep killing, I'll be the villain if the crime is billing.
Science. Got King Supreme in here, B God in here, Peace City Gods, RP Reese, peace, Fly Phrase, peace. Yeah, that's some new stuff. Hold on, let me see. Oh yeah, you can't put, wait. You gotta go over here. That's where that song is posted over there. RP Reese, if you want to check that out. Victorious Peace. It's the science. But yeah, today, man. Yeah, that's we getting ready to film a what's your name for that on next Friday. We're gonna do an official video for that. Yeah, I was looking at a lot of the comments, right? Where did the name Fame Labs come from? That was somebody drew me a character one time, like a superhero character, and I called the character King of Fame. And then you know, the laboratories is that was always what I call the rest, the lab. That's where I go to deal with my science. So that was the original, but that was it really started for like one thing and then it just stuck. But yeah, though, when I look at the comments, man, I see a lot of times, man, what it seems like is that because people have dealt with so much different types of knowledge, right? They've been in so many different nations, like not just that they studied it, you know what I'm saying, to add it on to the information, the research and experience that they have, but they've actually been a part of it. Like they've internalized so many different things and so many different systems of knowledge and wisdom that, when they present it with something new, it makes it harder for them to understand because they don't have a structure to lean back on, a foundation that you stand on and say, all right, I know certain things are true. God Cipher Divine. Yeah, you need to hear this too, God Cipher Divine. Is what I was saying is, sometimes some people been a part of so many different nations where they've internalized so many different meanings, right? From so many different systems of knowledge and wisdom, that it makes it harder for them when they're presented with something new, because they don't have a structure that's built on a foundation that they know when something is out of place or when something belongs. You understand what I'm saying? It's like a baby, right? That live in so many different houses, under so many different rules that they become confused. You know what I'm saying? And they likely to rebel from all of it. So that's why, it's good to pick what's right for you. Like if a person, whatever nation a person want to be a part of, but if a person want to be a part of the 5%, right? Then you gotta understand that that's a certain perspective in everything that you looking at the world. Got John Carter and Just One in here, peace to the gods. You know what I'm saying? You gotta realize that that's a certain perspective and way that you looking at the world. You know what I'm saying? Like, for instance, let's say if you looking at comedic science, right? The snake don't mean what the snake means in other things in the comedic science. See, that's a whole world view that now when you measuring what's right and what's wrong, right? What's the ruler that you're using? You see what I'm saying? Like, see me, I got the knowledge at such a young age that if somebody tells me something, right, and it doesn't coincide with supreme mathematics, then I'm not likely to think that it's supreme mathematics that's wrong. Like, that's the scale that I'm using to measure the rightness of other things. You know what I mean? But I seen that for brothers that's a little bit older, when they come into the knowledge, they already have a worldview that they formed, and then they're using that worldview, right, to measure whether or not the knowledge is right and exact, whether or not supreme mathematics is right and exact. You see what I'm saying? And that's what leads you into, because you don't know what to measure what with. You know what I'm saying? You got two ideas right here, right? You got two ideas right here. So you don't know which one, you know what I'm saying? Like, for instance, let's say you got two kids, right? Two children, right? And let's say they in junior high school, right? And, one kid, he's more unruly, and the other kid is very studious, right? Now, if you measure by the kid that's unruly, then the studious kid is a nerd. That's what this guy, we call him based on his system of measurements, the way he weighs and judges things. You understand what I'm saying? If you go by the studious child, right, and you use his system of the way he sees things, then this guy is a bad guy. He's a guy that comes to school every day to make devil. You understand what I'm saying? Because of which worldview each one has. So this is what happens when you be a part, of a whole bunch of different things, and you don't decide like, okay, this is what I'm internalizing. I'm not discounting that other things is right. But in order for me to draw it up, like right now, right? In order for me to draw up certain things, it has to be written in English, because I don't read German. You understand what I'm saying? Like, Einstein was German. Or certain things, in order for me to understand it, you gotta, numbers, like if somebody tells me something is a certain amount of meters, I gotta think about that. I gotta translate that in my brain to imperial units. I gotta think, okay, a meter, that's like something like a yard. So that's about 3 feet. I know it's not exact, but I gotta translate it into something from my worldview, and now I have a better idea of how much distance that is. But see, if you trying to, add your numbers and you trying to calculate, how far something is away, and you got the distance in meters, you know what I'm saying, and you got, the rate in feet per second, right? That's not going to add up, because you're using two different systems to try to come with one thing. You got to translate them into something common. But when you know what I'm saying, when you so spread out that you don't have a foundation to stand on, right? Then every time somebody put some new weight on you, you topple over. You know what I'm saying? And John Carter said, because it's apparent that cats ain't using supreme mathematics as their scale. Fly phrase said, true indeed. So you saying you got to come in with an open mind and clean slate to learn the knowledge right and exact. That's what you trying to say. That's how I'm seeing it. I mean, you coming into the knowledge, you know what I'm saying? There's certain things you already know. Like, we already know that 1 + 1 is 2. We just don't know the meaning of that. You know what I'm saying? But that's pretty much what you're getting when you get a baby. Is you getting somebody who is a fairly clean slate. Because you got to remember that, they made blind, deaf, and dumb by the devil when they're babies by the devil. You understand what I'm saying? So But generally speaking, yeah, when a person, anything that you see a person is dealing with, you know what I'm saying? Like even, you know, if you go into to class, you know what I mean, you might go to math class, right? And each teacher may have a little bit different way that they teach it. But for that period of time when you learning that one topic, it's best if you have one person that's the teacher that comes in and teach according to their system. You know what I mean? Like just in terms of, how last year the teacher might have just required you to do this right here, but then this other teacher over here, they require you to do something else. You understand what I'm saying? And if you try to use that other teacher's rules, teacher's gonna tell you, man, 0. I don't care what that teacher told you to do. You see what I'm saying? So, as a student, you got to stay in season 2, man. Jasim, peace. You know what I mean? I guess, when a person get the knowledge is when they get it. You know what I mean? When a person get the knowledge is when they get it. But, you gotta, that's the difference between, like I said, learning about something, you know what I'm saying, and then actually internalizing, you know what I'm saying, that knowledge to the highest degree. You know what I'm saying? Like you can't be everybody. You know what I mean? You can't speak, one language and communicate with everybody. See, that's what happens sometimes. You know what I mean? You try to, place everything from this time in this place over here to this time in another place. You know what I'm saying? Like the way everywhere, things is gonna have to be altered in different ways. You know what I'm saying? Like the way that, when you look at the lessons, right, and it say a jungle life, right, depending on the person, that gives you a different idea in your mind. See, for a lot of people, that's gonna, put a image in their mind of trees and all different types of animals and, tropical weather. See, for me, I'm from the asphalt jungle, the concrete jungle. So when you say, jungle life to me, it means something different because of my point of view, because of where I'm from. In the time that I'm from, if I was from this place 500 years ago, it wouldn't be covered in concrete then. See, that's one thing that you notice, the time and the place is pointed out. The time and the place is pointed out in 120 lessons. Because the time and the place that you at, that dictates different things.
It's 5 o'clock.
Certain situations you might be in, right? And look, it might only be, you better just, if you want to just fast one day though. Don't try to fast 3 days because you're in a situation where you might need to use some energy, physically, that you gotta have your strength up. It's like when John Carter said all the political sciences, religions teach about the true and living. we the only ones show you how to show and prove it. Yeah. They teach you that, God is incomprehensible, the righteous but unseen being that exists everywhere. You know what I'm saying? So, even having that mentality, and coming into the knowledge with it, like that's a whole world view. Like that's a whole world view, where, things exist in that world that don't exist in my world. You know what I'm saying? Like when people start talking about, what's going to happen in my soul and all this is going to be judgment day. Like, dude, that don't even exist in my world. What are you talking about? You understand what I'm saying? Like that whole thing, like I said, when when I was in the Christian church, right? That's what they constantly referred to us as, the people who's lost from home for 400 years, that's slaves. They constantly referred to us as the people who was, cursed through Ham. Because that was their worldview, is that we're slaves. And why would we be in this situation if we wasn't cursed? That's their answer based on their worldview. Now my worldview, right, of who is the devil is something totally different from that, about how we got over here. And if you try to take too many elements of what they doing and bring them into the way I see it, it's not going to work. You see what I'm saying? Like if you bring their concept of, they saying, look, the good ship Jesus, right? And then they say Jesus is just us. All right, that you can fit that in. With some other aspects of, look, we just need to be the best slaves that we can, because being that God cursed us in this way, we need to live out this curse. We need to live out this curse to the fullest. That part you can't. That's not gonna. It's not gonna translate over. We don't have words for that in supreme mathematics. God Cypher Divine said, from street dudes to college cats, born you truth, I find my way back to the lessons, and I'm trying to manifest that born reality. I mean, yeah, you know, that is another thing that happens. You know, you got people that's you know, that's another thing, right? That, you know, first of all, like I said, depending on the person's worldview now, depending on where a person came from, right? But depending on a person's worldview, right? As soon as they, you know, look at us, you know what I mean? As soon as they visualize, you know, I guess the kind of mainstream image of a 5%. You see, it's 5% that's doctors, lawyers. It's 5% don't even know what the police voice sound like. MF the truth, peace. You understand what I'm saying? But it's a certain image that's kind of mainstream projected. You know what I'm saying? A lot of people might look at that, right, and think, look, I'm college educated, right? Like if these brothers can master this, man, then I should be able to do it. Or, you know, it might be that the person is older. You know what I'm saying? And you see a kid that, he's 14 or 15 years old. But look, he's had 120 on cap 2 or 3 years already. And he's been walking, with the right people. See, if you don't have the right level of understanding that, age is one way, right, to accumulate wisdom. Age is one way. See, because remember, the age way includes learning from your own mistakes. Right? But see, what about the other way? Where you learn from other people's triumphs and mistakes. See, that's not necessarily an age thing. That's a knowledge and wisdom thing. You see what I'm saying? But see, even that is a certain worldview. Sell Gilbert and Motherland Gardens. Peace to the gods. Even that is a certain worldview, though. You see what I'm saying? Like it's every look. There's some experiences, right? That depending on how people look at the world, depending upon how they experience the world and everything. How somebody, like, if something happened, right? And then everybody else be like, yeah, I'll never do that again. And there's one person that they keep doing it. In their mind, they seeing something different than you see. Jah God Allah Jamal Gale. Peace. So that's why, man, I'm not really sure. I don't work in construction. I've never worked in construction, but, if you're gonna build a house on more than one foundation, I'm sure those foundations gotta be connected somehow. They still gotta be a part of the same plan. Like, you can't have a whole other architect come in with a whole other group of construction workers and just put another foundation situated in a whole other way, and then you build one house on top of that. Like, that don't sound right to me on face value. It's like somebody seasoning food, and then you get a whole other person that didn't even know that food was seasoned to come in and season it another way on top of the other season. Stuff like that don't work. So that's why you got to pick one foundation, and see, that's another reason why it's best to just study your lessons fast. So then if you're curious about all that other stuff, then you could go into it. You see what I'm saying? But, like the brothers were saying, you know what I'm saying? When you going through all those other studies, right? Like, for instance, let's say you read, because a lot of the science, right, are in books that was written by Europeans, right? A lot of the the history, the archaeology, and all of this stuff was collected by Europeans, right? During a time when they were racist. And that was their worldview of everything that they was looking at. They was describing it as savage because that was their worldview. Now, when you read that, you got to be aware that that's their worldview, right? And then at the same time, apply your worldview. See, that's the thing. See, God's Cipher Divine, that, I be telling you certain times is that, you got to remember that, all these different people, they got a different worldview. John Carter said too many chefs spoil the soup. So, being that they have a different worldview, there's whole ideas and concepts that exist in certain worldviews, right, that don't exist in other ones. Like, what is the Holy Ghost? I mean, I remember what they said when I was a Christian, but I'm saying, what is the Holy Ghost? We don't have like I said, I never received no teachings about no afterlife. Luke Cage, peace be to God. I never received no teachings about no afterlife. Yeah, you could draw it up, you know what I'm saying? That, you could draw up some of the concepts in terms of like the guy somebody said earlier about, having accountability. When you get to heaven and they put you on a scale of justice of was you righteous or not. But in terms of that happening after you pass away, yeah, I don't know about that. You see, that's what I'm saying. That's because of my foundation. So as soon as people tell me certain things, right, I don't, like as soon as, if somebody tell me, right, that salvation is not going to come in my lifetime, all right, alarm bells. Alarm bells, this is Christianity. If somebody tells me, something has to come from outer space, some kind of aliens, alarm bells. I don't have a concept of that. See, the guy hit something right here. UA Say Cool Tacky Threads brand, right? God said after life in the prison, after life is freedom. Yeah, that's the only somebody get life that we don't. You understand what I'm saying? But you gotta, if your worldview is coming straight out of, religion, you gonna see something else. John Carter said all the black scholars who wrote history still believed in a mystery God, so you can't trust that they was writing exact. I mean, not that you can't trust that they writing exact, but yes, that does, it has an impact on even who you see as a historian. You understand what I'm saying? Like, do you look at the Bible as a historical book, right? If you're religious, then, you know what I'm saying? These are the things that you're trying to weave into the archaeology that you're finding. God Cipher Divine said the book The Field by Lynn McTaggart is a book on physics. I was able to connect that knowledge to the lessons, not based on her view, born you truth on my own thoughts and views. Well, physics is just the laws of the universe. So there's a very direct connection between, what they call the hard sciences and the knowledge and the lessons. It's difficult to include God in physics, except just to say that God created that system. But, when you say that this is the law of gravity, right, and you got all these different coefficients, right, like gravity is 32 feet per second squared, right? When you're doing the formulas to work out how fast something's going to hit the ground, there's no coefficient for the mystery God. That's not added in. So you could just say, that maybe way back some mystery God designed all this. On some level, I think that's what Newton was doing. Like, Newton meant for the Principia to be a book that kind of like broke down the Bible and described what was going on in the Bible. But like I said, that's based on his worldview. Now, New York, nigh her a little, said, how do I see returning to the essence? You see, even that term, look, I am the essence of life. So even saying return to the essence is but of course I know what you mean. You mean returning to a state of pure essence, right? Where it's not connected to the bodies. But that's what it is. I'm the essence of all things that exist. This body right here returns back to the elements that it came from. You understand what I'm saying? But there's no death for the essence of who I am. You understand what I mean? Even the science of this right here, even though this is very limited because it's the internet, right? But see, the things what I'm teaching, whoever learn, see, that can't die. You understand what I'm saying? All of that is a little manifestations of me right there, of my essence. You understand what I mean? Traveling from my mind to whoever's like with me. Now I hear a little said, do you have any thoughts on metaphysics? Metaphysics is one of those things that the different people that you ask. Yeah, John Carter, the book was the Principia. Just put it there. That was the book of all the physical laws, because you got to remember, he came upon the Principia actually by accident. He was Newton was a alchemist. And he was really attempting to turn Mercury into gold, and he's discovered all these other laws, kind of like, while he's doing this, he's like, yeah, and I noticed that this thing right here, and he started wrote all that down, and then from those notes, he made the Principia. But his real chief thing was trying to turn Mercury into gold. He went crazy at one point from the Mercury, but yeah, Newton was a religious person, so he saw the laws of physics that he discovered as describing, like he was breaking down what God does. It's hard for me to really see. It's hard for me to communicate that because that's not my worldview. But metaphysics is something that I don't really know what the definition of it is. Like when I ask different people, they say it's different things. Like some people say it's mental and physical. But I mean, as like as like a practice or a culture or idea, I don't really know. I don't know where it fits in. Daniel Addison, peace. But not here little, how would you describe metaphysics? So God Cipher Divine said meta means to go beyond. Metaphysics is going beyond the physical laws of known nature. All right, well, if it means what God Cipher Divine is saying, then that's not for me. Because the laws of known nature is supreme mathematics in my worldview. So, that wouldn't be for me. That's how I would, just like I might hear a person out if they got some interesting information. I might hear them out or whatever, but I'm not going to deal with that because you just told me that you're going to go beyond supreme mathematics. God Cipher Divine says universal nature, I meant laws of the universe. Okay, you didn't say anything different, God Cipher Divine. Supreme mathematics are the known laws of the universe. See, I told you, man, all that stuff, the only way to break it down is mathematical equations, man. The relation of a proton to a neutron, right, is written as positive and negative. That's mathematical designations. Can't separate that. See what you're doing? That's what I'm saying. When you grounded in supreme mathematics, you're not going to let nobody tell you that something could go beyond the laws of the universe. But if you got all these different things and you think, oh, they mean it. Nah. Laws of the universe is supreme mathematics. Full stop. Quizar Quaco LeBron, peace of the God, said, metaphysics is the study of being, origin, existence, place in the universe. All right, now see, if that's how you define it, then that's for me. See, that coincides with supreme mathematics. Supreme mathematics is the study of being, the origin, existence, the place value of everything in the universe, how they relate to each other. Now you speaking my language. God Cipher Divine said, God, I'm just giving a definitive answer to what metaphysics means. I never said that was all wise and right and exact. No, I'm just giving you an example, right, of when you ground it in supreme mathematics, right, what you hear, right, when a person is speaking. Asiatic forever, Allah, peace. You understand what I'm saying? It's like, look, like I said, all these different worldviews, these are different people, right, that have different ideas. You understand what I'm saying? Now, these different ideas, right, that's what language is. Language, each word is just communicating an idea of whatever something is to the next person. So if a person come up to me speaking Spanish, right, what I hear is gibberish. But to another person that speaks Spanish, they may be speaking the keys of the universe. You gotta look at the example of what I'm showing you. I'm not saying that you saying anything in particular about metaphysics. That's why I said I asked for a definition. Somebody gives me a definition like that, then that's how I'm gonna draw it up. Now here, Little said, from my research, it means going beyond the physical to better understand the causes of physical phenomenon. Also, it's an in-depth study into the mind. Right, that's that coincides with things that I deal with. When it's saying that, going beyond the physical in terms of knowing that, everything is not detected by the naked eye or the naked ear or the naked tongue. You know what I'm saying? Like you could get fed some poison, right? And it tastes sweet. Some kinds of poison taste sweet. You can't detect that. It's some stuff you rub on your skin, and right there you don't detect it. But then the next day or whatever, you wake up and your skin is broken out or peeling off or something. The physical senses, it's a lot of things. You know what I'm saying? There's things that it's an odorless gas. Knock you out, take you out. So just saying that, you got to go beyond the physical eye, right? When you're trying to see the full reality, that's how you draw things up. See, otherwise you could easily get caught up in what I call flowery speech. where the person is speaking in, they using words and, they hitting certain things, right? And then you getting caught up because you're not firmly grounded. You understand what I'm saying? It's like, even if you tell a kid, right? If look, don't go with no strangers. If they understand that fully enough, they're not gonna go with them if they got a puppy. They're not gonna go with them if they got candy. They're not gonna go with them if they got ice cream. If they're firmly grounded in what you told them, they're not gonna be able to be fooled. This Joe Thornton, I was waiting for you to come back to. I wanted to ask you, Joe Thornton. Was you the brother that said you know me from Fordham Road, right? Was you around when they had that book of the 5%? King Me, I got young ones and old ones. Well, King Me, King Me was speaking on, teaching the black women. One thing you got to remember, right, is that each planet rotates around the sun, right? Like the distance that each planet rotates around the sun, it got something to do with the planet. Like I'm saying, that the qualities and the characteristics of the planet itself, right, cause it to react to the powers of the sun and moon in a particular way. So you gotta realize that, man. And just like I said with the guys, man, sometimes you try to bring the best out of somebody and there's nothing there. You try to bring the knowledge out of them, there's nothing there. It's gotta be in them, not on them too. But right now, this is just an opinion right here, but see, you gotta realize that we dealing with a different time when we post feminism, women's lib and all that. So when they first came out, for instance, right? When they first came out, let's say in the 1800s, and they said, look, we've discovered that there's such a thing called Neanderthal man. So you didn't have women saying, all right, but where's Neanderthal women? Where's Neanderthal women? Why can't it be Neanderthal person? Those type of things didn't exist, man. So all that's had an effect, you know what I'm saying? Just like, I was saying with the gangs, you know what I'm saying? A lot of things you have is natural things that was imprinted on people's DNA that now you put them in the wrong situation, right? You put them in but they still react according to that DNA, that code that's written in their DNA. You understand what I'm saying? So, one thing you gotta realize that, see, the devil, right, was promised luxury. So when he want to draw people up, that's what he gives them, luxury. You understand what I mean? So the same way, Yakub promised the 59,999 that they was going to live in luxury at the expense of the 70% satisfied. You got a lot of dissatisfaction that's just in the midst right now. You understand what I'm saying? So these is the kinds of things where, like for instance, when you look at before, I would say maybe 1975, right? Women are highly active. However you want to look at it, the women are highly active. You know what I'm saying? The Black Panthers might have been mostly women. It definitely was a large percentage. You know what I'm saying? Rather it's Rosa Parks, Harriet Tubman, you know what I'm saying? It was, but it's a certain amount of dissatisfaction now, but, it's not just women. Just speaking on the topic that you're saying. You know what I'm saying? But, that's something that you got to realize, like the people got to be ready. You know what I'm saying? That's why I said the knowledge born degree, it tells you what the duty of the teacher is, and it tells you what the duty of the student is. You see what I'm saying? It's like Harriet Tubman said, I could have saved a lot more slaves if they only knew they were slaves. See, that's where it says he likes the devil because the devil gives him nothing. We know that nothing, don't really exist. So what is he giving them? It's some illusion, right, of prosperity. We's got us a nice house. You understand what I mean? So, even if you look at the mainstream media, even if you look in the black community, you know what I'm saying? It's kind of, how would you say, it's common to hear people say that, dealing with any type of consciousness on whatever level, that's a good way to have any success. You understand what I'm saying? And, versions of success are paraded in front of the babies that say, look, this is the way to be if you want to come up. Allah from Milwaukee saying peace. I just spoke to the guy too from the DMV area to look for that brother. You said Gravity Send Truth. Joe Thornton said you was in the mosque when the book came out, but was you coming up the Fordham Road though? Yeah, King Me, yeah. That was in the early 90s with Dr. Yup. Divine Equality, peace. Not Here Little says, I've seen books that have 120 lessons online. I was wondering if you knew how right and exact they are. I want lessons. I've been studying lessons on the internet, but I want lessons that's right and exact. Well, mostly what I've seen is that the lessons that's on the internet is the Muslim version. I wouldn't buy 120 lessons. I wouldn't buy it, I don't condone nobody selling it. It's not supposed to be any barrier between the babies getting the lessons and the people that's teaching. You understand what I'm saying? And once you bring money into it, now you've changed it to another middle class thing where you're trying to make money. Only thing you're supposed to have to pay is attention. Where you from, Nahir Little? Abdul Rafi, peace. Yeah, John Carter said, yeah, the internet lessons for the most part, they not our lessons. Asiatic Forever Allah said, it is most necessary to understand what that is meaning when one is teaching. You only get what is being manifest. This is the reason why it is to be around those that can help you and guide you in the right direction, instead of in the wrong direction, because it's easy to do wrong and hard to do right. Yeah. See, that's the thing with the lessons. You know what I'm saying? It's like, just, it's kind of a step back when you really look at it, right? To be studying the lessons like that, because see, Allah already did that. And broke it down, right? So it could be easy for us. You know what I'm saying? And to me, that's just the hardest possible way to go about it. I couldn't imagine attempting to do that right now. You know what I'm saying? I probably would have just read 120 and kept it moving. And it was like, yeah, I heard some good, or I read some, things in there that, I recognize as the truth or whatever, but it's the hardest possible way. And Nahir Little said they're keeping people trapped in the free slave mentality. Infinite Mind, peace to the God, was waiting for you to come in. Some people had asked me on, I can't recall what post it was, but they was asking that about some of the places in Africa where the slaves came from. And I suppose he would want to know some tribes. Akemi Amen, peace. I am one of the true and living gods from Cream City. All right, hold on. Where's it? Musadeep. Allah. Akemi Amen said he's from Milwaukee. Akemi Amen, yeah, Musadeep. He was just talking right now. We was just telling him that he got to find somebody to walk with to get the lesson. So that worked out to perfection today. Like when that comes together like George Papard. Joe Dawes, I used to come up to the Bronx before then. Once the books came out, I used to propagate in Harlem and Queens. All right. Yeah, that ended up being some crazy episode. That's why I asked you if you was around it. Abdul Rafi said, how you see studying astronomy after learning 120? I mean, astronomy that's the science of the sun, moon, and stars. It's not, it's the world is something that you gotta be prepared for. Like, that's just the science of man. Like, you know how when you see those animals, right? Like a wildebeest or something, and the animal is born, right? And then inside of like 10, 15 minutes, the animal is running with the herd. Like, they come out ready for the world. You understand what I'm saying? But us, we got a different kind of nature. You see what I'm saying? Where, when we born, our brain is like 1/5 the size or something. That's eventually gonna get. We can't even move, man. We scratching ourselves all up and stuff like that, man. So that's the only thing, man. Just study your 120 so that you could be prepared. Like, you could be prepared. Like, let me ask you, man. How many people in here know 120 lessons, right? And out of the people in here that know 120 lessons, how many of y'all took Pluto out? How many of y'all took Pluto out when they decided that Pluto is not a planet? See, because I'm grounded in what I'm grounded in. They can say what they want to say. No, I'm not disputing them. But I know what I'm dealing with. Oh, now here you in Philly? Yeah, Philly is jam-packed with guys. Wise you, peace. Wise you shall come in the name of wise, universal, understanding the law, being all wise and righteous in the order of God's universe with utmost love between people. Peace. Peace to the God. You gotta hit Darkim Be AllahChrist. One of y'all put like y'all Instagram or something, and then y'all meet up on Instagram. Yeah, John Carter, yeah. John Carter is correct. It's a law school in Philly, man. They got rallies out there and everything. Yeah, you should be able to look it up online. You should be able to look it up online where the Philly school is. Well, as you said, peace. Today's life is knowledge, understanding. I gotta know and understand that culture is to free all from being dumb, deaf, and blind. Peace. Yeah, see, Victorious, he saying what I'm saying. They take Pluto out their lessons, you can take it out yours. Take it out mine. That's good. That's their science. Look, they still know what Pluto is. It ain't like they changed where it's at. They just changed their designation of what it is in their view. But they didn't change nothing else. They ain't changed none of the science of it. So that's another thing, man. I'm going to do a whole thing on that, man. But I'm going to wait till one of y'all say something. Because let me tell you something. Ain't no such thing as white man science. Ain't no such thing as white man science. People keep saying, what is that? White man science. Sometimes people get carried away, man. Or did he? Darkim Amani was his name. Hey, Lord, I don't know if he came in real quick and left. Yeah, Akemi Iman says gravity goes by the name of Asan Truth. So Akemi Iman, the brother Musa Deek, what's his? Yeah, Musa Deek. He said he's Asan Truth's student. He's looking for Asan Truth. You know what Asan Truth is? You see that? You see that? Not here from Philly. The school is on 3306 Germantown Avenue. The school in Philly. The school in Philadelphia is on 3306 Germantown Avenue. D. Stewart, peace. Infinite Mind said taking things out, replacing words, playing with the lessons is like playing with pieces of steel. That's that big head scientist mentality, and that's how one makes devil. Leave the lessons as is. Yeah, see, not here little said the white man has no science. Fly phrase says science is universal. Yeah, you see what I'm saying? The you know, put it like this, man. Any science you see, you know, them with, it's like Columbus. They didn't create that. Like, you think Newton created gravity? Like, that's the white man science? It don't apply to the black man? If you gonna fly off the roof right now because gravity is the white man science? Gotta stop, man. Gotta stop. See, King Me, I didn't even know that. King Me says some scientists made Pluto a planet again now. So that's what I'm saying. You gonna be floating in the wind. That's exactly what I'm saying. You end up being that way and in that way because you ain't grounded in what your thing is. Divine truth, love, peace. You heard that, Musadik? Akemi Iman said he teaches classes at Sherman Phoenix on Saturdays at the Wisdom Hour. Do you know where Sherman Phoenix is? You need to come in tune with the guys over there. I need to come in tune with you too if you got classes over there. Kimmy, I'm put you on. I'm gonna let you do something on my channel. Yeah, Joe Thornton. Yeah, that was Neil deGrasse Tyson. You know that's my man though. I don't know him, but he from the Peak. Neil deGrasse Tyson. But yeah, I didn't like when he did that. I was like, not you, man. Supreme power, law, peace. Stand for nothing, fall for everything. ABG divine, peace to the God. From my experience, the ones that want to change the lessons never born their own understanding. Yeah, you know, I got ideas saved up, but then sometimes other ideas come in and they seem more urgent, man. But yeah, you know, I drew that up too, man. That's what I call the Fredo Corleone syndrome. You understand what I'm saying? But now you ready to side against the family, but you just never did your thing. You know what I'm saying? You know, and now you ready to side with these other people. And look, that is a thing that happened in the 5%. If a 5% go and be something else, right? You could take a 5% from here that, you know, they God or whatever, you know, but they go in some other organization, and oh man, they make them the head honcho over there. If you in Broward or Miami-Dade. Infinite Mind is down there. He just put that in the what's name, Infinite Mind. He got a lot of self-defense classes too, and all that. If you got your young down there in that area, see Infinite Mind. John Carter said the lessons lasted longer than Pluto. They ain't find Pluto till like 1930. You right about that? Oh man, I never saw that, John Carter. He said the lessons lasted longer than Pluto. Akemi Iman, Musaddiq said he don't know where Sherman, what you said is. He said, is it on the north and is it Sherman Park? But yeah, let the guy know that so he can come in tune with y'all. Wise you said peace on the clock within the equality cipher seconds, the lunar cipher 12 in a year, or knowledge wisdom in a minute. On the clock within the equality cipher seconds. Oh, I think I remember with this. The lunar cipher 12 in a year, or knowledge wisdom in a minute. I mean, you Are you talking about the science of the clock and the way we tell time in the nation? Not 100% clear on what you said right there. You heard that? You heard that, A-Lot? Sherman Phoenix is around the corner from Sherman Park. And the guy said he's there on Saturdays at 2. Saturdays at the Wisdom Hour in Sherman Phoenix, around the corner from Sherman Park. The minute the Earth's cycle within the sun, every minute she makes her solar year. And the solar year to God is 1,000 years. All right, now, yeah, I remember time is pretty much on a scale of how you perceive it. You know what I'm saying? Like, even if you take a trip somewhere and you don't know where you're going, it seems like it's taking a long time. But then on the way back, it always seems much faster because you had the expectation of this crazy long trip. See, you know, time awareness, right, is kind of an illusion of the mind. You see what I mean? So I can see you saying that different cycles of time, right, can coincide. But, you know, you gotta, a lot of times, break things down. Because you've developed this idea all the way out with the guy that's saying is that, in the science of what he deals with, if I recall correctly, Wise you see that A-Lot? It's at 35th and Fond du Lac Avenue. That's where the Sherman Phoenix is, where the guy is holding the classes. But yeah, what the guy is saying, if I recall correctly, is that he equates the second hand, right, to the daily rotation of the sun, because that cycle occurs the fastest. And then he coincides the minute hand with the seasonal changes, because that happens the second fastest. And then the hour hand, he coincides that with the yearly cycle of the planet, because that takes the longest to occur. So, you know, that's some science, but sometimes you gotta break that stuff down, because we got people that's just getting the knowledge in here. Infinite Mind said, does anyone know anyone in the Mexico City area that is interested in getting knowledge himself? If so, get at me. Yesterday, the brothers down there had their first parliament. In Mexico City. Brothers had a parliament. This thing is going bonkers. Joe Thornton said a clock's frame of reference is another clock. Exactly. From all the way going back to the hourglass and all of that, is just a frame of reference of whatever people that's continuing from whatever other time. King Me says, then why do we age as time moves forward? Because there is a linear chain of events that occur, and we use time to measure those. See, so like the guy said, depending on which clock you started from, you may measure those in lunar time. You may measure those in solar time. You know what I mean? It's different, but in terms of just the time itself, like when you're saying something is a long time or a short time. You know what I'm saying? Like right now, when they say, okay, the day changes at 12 o'clock, they just pick that. Joe Thornton said Mexico City is like New York, but more people. Now that is hard to imagine. Alright, so ALI, you set up 2 o'clock Saturday. Now here a little. So what are the main differences between 120 lessons and Supreme Wisdom? Well, if the second degree and the 1 to 10 got skunk in it, that's for the Supreme Wisdom. If the 5th degree got land and water in it, that's from the Supreme Wisdom. If the 6th and the 7th degree and the 1 to 14 is switched, that's from the Supreme Wisdom. It's quite a few things that those not our lessons. Also in the Supreme Wisdom, it says wisdom and knowledge. It doesn't say knowledge and wisdom. D. Stewart said, I've been trying to find the guys in Milwaukee. I'm on the road this week, but I'm going to stop in next week. Do you have any other way to be contacted? So that's a question for Ikemi Iman. This is another brother, D. Stewart, that's looking for the guys in Milwaukee. Yeah, see, wise you all right. This Jesus was in the age of Pisces or fish. Now we in the astrological age of Aquarius. Yeah, the guy got all different types of time that he's got calculated. But you gotta introduce people to that a little more slowly, so it's easy to understand. Not here little says, so what were some of the major changes the father made to the lessons to make them stand out? Man, it wasn't so much changes. Really, he gave us the supreme mathematics. You know, the fact is, we could have made any book stand out with the math. But there, like I said, though, he made some changes to make them easier to understand. And also, like I said, things like when you're dealing with wisdom and knowledge, we don't teach that. We teach knowledge and wisdom. So, certain things, was all put in perspective. Like I said, that's the difference. See, if you studying, right, on your own, you might come to see these things yourself. But that's why I said, when Allah gave it to us, it was so that somebody who came out the Christian church, you could give it to them at 15 years old and they could understand it. Yeah, the supreme wisdom, actual facts is different. Infinite Mind says the pronoun in our lessons is we, as opposed to the supreme wisdom, they use the pronoun he. Alfonso Brown, peace. Kimmy, man, yeah, that's why we telling everybody to come to the class. That's one of the main goals of this page right here, is to connect some of these people that come on here to people in their area that they could walk with and really the knowledge degree in the 1 and 40 says emphatically no in supreme wisdom. Kimmy, man, put the 28th degree in the 140. What's the science of that? Joe Thornton said, I have like 7 sets of lessons and they all different in some way. One set eliminates Buddhism and Christianity from the 9th degree of the student enrollment. So you got a lot of different, situations that occurred. You know what I'm saying? Like, at one time, really to this day, you got people that write their lessons out. And then you got people that, they copy the lessons from what somebody else wrote. They might not be able to read the handwriting or something. People give their lessons to somebody that know how to type them up. And the person who typed them up, you understand what I'm saying? This is another reason why being in the cipher is important. Because see, when you go into the different ciphers, right, what happens is you're building on the lessons. You see what I'm saying? And when you building on the lessons, you're going to see that, all right, hold up. Everybody else's says this. You understand what I'm saying? So really, like I said, you're not measuring it off the paper. You measuring it by your brothers. You understand what I'm saying? Because like you said, it's certain sets out there, right? Now look, we know the sets. That's right. We know the ones that's right. We know the ones that just came around, and we know the ones that's been around for a minute. We see each other's books of life. We see who got the same one of this and who got the same one of that. You understand what I'm saying? But yeah, if like some people's build degree says, in the build degree it says, as this message sends higher and higher and increasing. Some brothers' lesson said, as this message sends higher, it increases. But see, if you don't got that in there, period, then we know, all right, yours is Alfonso Brown said, this goes back to when I said without a centralized official source of the knowledge, then the lessons are bound to be tampered, misrepresented, and manipulated. See, listen, man. The lessons was not even supposed to be on paper. There's lots of brothers that never had the paper. That's why I'm telling you, when I say you supposed to measure it, man, by quoting it amongst your brothers, man. Wasn't even supposed to be on paper. That's why you got to come amongst the brothers and build. Alfonso Brown said, B is not the authority. Anyone can go to the school, but not many do. I understand. Can I get into the 1 to 14 versus the 1 to 36 being the second lesson? The lessons didn't come out in a particular order to the 5%. Not in Mecca and not in Pilon. Now, brothers in Medina said they got 120. Now, in terms of when brothers start putting the lessons in order, you know what I'm saying? Some brothers ordered it numerically. So you got 10, 14, 36, 40. Some brothers ordered it chronologically. So you got 1931, 1933, 1934, 1934. And some brothers ordered it according to, like they say, the milk lessons and the meat lessons. So you got 1 to 10, 1 to 36, 1 to 14, 1 to 40. But, officially, the lessons didn't come to us in an order where either one of them is before the other one. And actually, the 1 in 36 started out as a letter, and somebody put it to those numbers. Smells Goods, peace. John Carter. And John Carter said that's why you build with the gods, you know. But yeah, that's what happens. You know what I'm saying? You know, building with the gods is the actual authority. You know what I'm saying? Like when the brother asks me what's wrong with those lessons, right? I'm not just referring to the paper. I'm referring to, you know, first of all, me studying it and me understanding, right, through the experience of why the 6th and the 7th degree in our lessons is what it is. And why it say knowledge and wisdom and not wisdom knowledge. You know what I mean? Did I, start off with it written down and that's how I put it on cap? Yeah, that's how I got access to it. But that's not, you can show me 1,000 papers. Jason Rosario TV, Daniel Addison, peace. Yeah, Joe Thornton say, it started off mouth to ear. It didn't really, in fact, I ain't gonna say that was the first, but really, for a lot of brothers, they really start experiencing lessons first in being locked up. Because that's where they start meeting people, you know what I'm saying, that it's like, yo, you being transferred wherever, so I'm going to write it down for you. Sincere Born Asiatic, peace. Divine Truth said, what date and time is the next parliament in Mecca? I'm pretty sure it's on the last Sunday this month. I didn't hear. It does jump around a little bit. I have that information on Tuesday. On Tuesday at the class, remind me. Alfonso Brown says there any parliaments in Durham, North Carolina. There's lots of guys in Durham, North Carolina. They have rallies there. We have to find somebody on here from that area for you to come in touch with. Joe Thornton said, I'm currently reading The True History of Allah and His 5%, the greatest story never told by the gods and earths who were there. Some profound histories documented within. So that's the book that just came out recently. I seen it, but I didn't get a chance to read it yet. A lot of times that's what happened though, man. I read that stuff and it's like, man, the brother already told me this. Like, but I'm definitely gonna check it out. But I ain't get a chance yet. CI, what's your signs, Lord? Just in here building. King Me said he got the 1 in 10, the 1 in 14, the 1 in 36, and the 1 in 40. Yeah, a lot of people got it like that. It all just depends on which tree you got it from. Allah said, has Milwaukee had any parliaments? So John Carter, whoever just asked what day the rally is in Mecca. John Carter said on the 26th, January 26th, is the rally in Mecca this month. God Cypher Devon said, I heard the term God body came from the guys locked up. Yeah. God body, it really meant, like, to give an example, right? Like if you say a political body, like a group of people, you know what I'm saying? Like all these different people, right, formed a body, and we form in one mind. Because we have one mind, right? All of us together is the God body. That was the original. Jay Baldwin, peace to the God. Daniel Addison said, that's how I got introduced to the lessons when I was in Yakub's man-made prisons back in Born Understanding. You gotta get it. You gotta get it wherever. When the time is right, man, you gotta get it. Now I hear Little said, does it matter if you study the lessons in a particular order? Nah, not really. You got some people that, they order their lessons according to the 120. Like you hear some people say the 58th degree or something like that. I don't deal with it like that myself. You know what I'm saying? I mean, maybe because I got it that way, I don't know, you know what I'm saying? I would say the 1 in 36 is easier to understand than the 1 in 14. But like I said, you should be getting all of this on cap within a matter of months. So, it's kind of, the 1 in 36 is also easier to digest in terms of, you building the person up, their mental abilities. You understand what I'm saying? Like a person, when you hit the culture degree in the 1 in 14, if you already studied the 1 in 10 and the 1 in 36, your mental. But I mean, at the same time, I know a lot of brothers that got the 1 in 14 first, and it don't seem like it really. But I don't know of it to make any difference to study it in a particular order. Because like I said, a lot of firstborn, they didn't get it in order. A lot of them got 1 degree in the lesson. A lot of brothers, the first degree they had was their physical degree in the 1 in 40. What's the size? CI? Sure, you got a question? Said people with 85s will always ask me if I'm God body. I mean, look, it's not what you mean gave light to that term, like you said, yeah. I mean, people got all kinds of names for us. You know what I mean? I've heard us referred to as the 7%ers and, all types of things. As long as people know who they talking about and they know how to act and react towards me. You understand what I mean? I'm not but God body is definitely that's a slang term. Sincere Born Asiatic said, when I first got knowledge, one of the guys said he heard the 1 in 36 was questions answered during Elijah's interrogation when he was locked up. Now you have to hear that was Fard, because you gotta think the first. Well, I can't tell you what you heard, but I'm just saying that off top you gotta realize the first line says, "My name is W.F. Muhammad." But I do recall hearing that. Sincere Born Asiatic said this was a born understanding. Never heard that from any other guy. Yeah, yes. Yeah, and you know, and there, like when you come out of there, most brothers gotta be re-educated. You know, if not, a whole bunch of stuff like that you know wasn't true, just in how to apply the mathematics out here in the world. That's a different world. Yeah, Sincere Born Asiatic, Far, but yeah, I heard that before. Topless Magnetic said, does everyone have their own tree, or are we branches from one tree? Because so many say my tree, like if there is more than one tree, this all goes back to one man. See, we kind of like a forest now, though. You understand what I'm saying? Like that tree has borne fruit. You know what I'm saying? And some of that fruit, you know, has then sprung up other trees. You know what I'm saying? Like we that's kind of like, you know, a mature nation. Well, like you said, we all, if you trace the DNA and all of that fruit, right, and all of those leaves, that all those trees, yeah, you're going to see that it all go back to one seed. But that's why, you know, things have gotten so far developed that our branch is now a tree. And then you got to remember too, on your tree, right? Everybody's tree is supposed to go back to Allah. Now, that's something that I can agree with you on. Like if people say, you know, you from the tree of firstborn prince, or you from the tree of Sahim, nah, you supposed to go back to Allah. You know what I'm saying? Allah Akemi Aman said it's been parliaments in Cream City for 30 years now. I just saw a bill with Inf Mega and Ramel Supreme, and the guy says saying God body is disrespectful coming from someone who has knowledge. I mean, because, you know, yeah, the God is old school. That's the big bro right there. Like I said, it's slang. God body is slang. And like I said, you degrade the language a certain amount when you start, you know, using slang, and then the next thing you come up with an understanding for the slang, and then you know you teach and you start going in different directions, you know what I'm saying? And you know, the God met Allah and all that. So, you know, when you see me saying don't change it, that's one of the big bros that I got it from. Where look, you don't change it. You understand what I'm saying? So that's not surprising. That's not a surprising thing to hear coming from Ramel Supreme. You know, but you know, especially, you know, for the young brothers like that, I would say, yeah, stay away from those terms like God body, you know. Yeah, we used to use all of that, but it's one of them things where, look, leave it in the time where it was. You know what I'm saying? You know. Or it's not just that term. It's just making a slang out of the language and putting it out there, you know what I'm saying, so that now you got 85s, you know, saying it, you know what I mean, where it just degrades it, God. Musaddiq said, what tree is A-Sun Gravity from? Like I said, I seen the guy's name before. I know the name A-Sun Gravity, but I don't know him. I don't know what tree he got, how he got the knowledge. Like, if you know who gave him the knowledge, it's possible if he's from Milwaukee that he got the knowledge from Seala with the cowboy hat, Silver Fox. Now, if he got the knowledge from him, I know it's true. See, I said a lot of people stop way before they get to Allah. Yeah, Victoria's hit on the head where I said, like, yeah, then the 85s start running with it, and then, you know what I mean, it lose all the meaning. You know what I'm saying? See, that's another thing about this internet stuff, man. Even though I'm on here, that's one of the reasons I came on here, because, see, you know, just like, look, right now, right, you got the sixth God, you know, Drake is the sixth God, you know, you got another guy that's the fly God, you know, you got the bass God, you understand what I'm saying? You got all these different things because it's slang, and now it means something different, you see what I'm saying? And it could be used, you know, to lead people in the wrong direction, even if by accident. You see what I'm saying? And you start speaking too much, and it changed the nation, man. Infinite Mind said it's A-Sun Truth, not A-Sun Gravity. He doesn't go by gravity anymore. A-Sun brought the knowledge to Cream City. That's my brother. Oh, he brought the knowledge to Cream City. So where did A-Sun Truth get the knowledge? Where is he originally from? Yeah, right. Now everybody is God. You know what I mean? Kind of like, you know, not for nothing, you know, Wu-Tang is responsible for a lot of that. You know what I'm saying? They brought a lot of things into, you know, a slang terminology, and then what's, you know, especially when you deal with slang, a lot of times, right, you bring in the worst. You understand what I'm saying? Like, you talking about the worst stuff, and you putting it out there as slang, and now people think that's what it means. You know, like when they come out and say, yo, you know, get the 49311. That's too much. You turn it into something, you understand what I'm saying? Infinite Mind said A-Sun Truth is in the military. And if you're interested in seeing him, he on social media. Where's he on? Facebook, Instagram. You hearing this, Musaddiq? A-Sun Truth is on social. Oh, he got the knowledge in the military, but he's out of the military now. So you hear that, Musaddiq? You got to Google A Sun Truth on all the different social media sites, and you might be able to get in touch with him. So he got the knowledge in the 80s in the military. All right. What happened? Everybody got kicked off? Oh, y'all came back. Oh, wow. I ain't know I had that much people in the room. Yeah, that's what I think I remember seeing his name when I was on Facebook, but I haven't been on Facebook in a while. But yeah, Joe Thornton said he studied Freemasonry in the military in the 80s. Divine Truth Allah said, question, Lord, when you visit a person's mind and they don't have knowledge of self, how do you address them? I mean, if I say black man, like if it's a lot of people is like that, where they a peace brother and everything, but they don't got the supreme knowledge of self, then I say peace black man. You know what I'm saying? Or somebody might say, whatever it is, I say peace black man, peace brother. You understand what I'm saying? But nah, I ain't gonna call him God, me myself. Ascent Truth is from the tree of supreme mathematics. What's supreme mathematics? Knowledge seed supreme mathematics from Medina? Born of Elastic's physical? He said emphatically no to Silver Fox being his lineage. Oh, man. Silver Fox, yeah, I heard about that stuff. That was my man, though, man. Silver Fox. That was my G, man. Yeah, it smells good. I didn't know that much people was I didn't know that much people was tuned in. But you talking about the supreme mathematics from Medina? Knowledge seed, brother. See, that's, I'm gonna tell you another thing, man. That's something that, over time, the criteria, man, for who you call God has kind of dropped down, man. You know what I mean? So we're, almost peace God has become one of those slang terms that I'm talking about. People just, they just say it. See, like now you got people who see, like I told you, man, to me, we a particular group of people where, listen, everybody cannot be God, man. Everybody, people say, yo, all the black men are just God. Why don't we just call them? Nah, what are you talking about? Everybody can't be God. Everybody may have that potential within them. God Cypher Divine said, whenever I address a brother, I say, peace, God, to give them a sense of empowerment and to strive to have good, orderly direction. Yeah, but if you already calling them God, right, before any level of anything, then what they supposed to strive for? Like, don't get me wrong, I'm not here to destroy them. I don't come and say, peace, poison animal eater. But you coming around everybody trying to show and prove to everybody, see, remember, Yakub completed all universities and all of that by the time he started making the devil. Or by the time, not even making the devil, by the time he started gaining his followers and drawing them up. You understand what I'm saying? So you have to be God. And then when they see the God in you and you let them know that the same thing is in you, but you got to wake it up. How? Take this right here, my friend. Put that on cap. And you too can be all you can be. But I'm not going to just tell them, I tell them, man, what the science of the black man is. They got to internalize it, just like I've been saying, or I started saying in the beginning. When they internalize that for themselves and that become their whole world view and mindset, then, and then even then, when they start living it out, and we can actually see the evidence. You said a sign was made, but nobody heard anything. When you show and prove that your word is life, by me seeing life coming about from you speaking. See, Allah, He didn't have save equality unknown with no woman for us to exist. He showed and proved life with His wisdom, with His word. The word is life. When you show and prove that, then we talk about peace, God. See, like, look, you got brothers like Lord Shalom in the room. Look, that's the big bro. Certain people I bring around Lord Shalom, man, God, what's wrong with you, man? What you bring this? What you bring this cat around me for? Talking about he's God. He can't show and prove his own name, his own self. See, I say you have to show and prove you share the mind of God. You don't just get called God because you're a black man. Definitely not by the true and living. You never see me use my voices? Sounds good. That's the first time you see me use it. Yeah, I got voices, man. Sometimes I had to show that this is a ridiculous person talking and not me. Abdul Rafi said there's plenty of people that say they're God but can't quote a lesson. Do you still address them as God? Now listen. You hear the key word there. Remember when I said don't be the said person. Don't be the said person. Listen, we a family, right? So yeah, we do. We got some brothers, right, that they don't study their lessons. But guess what? Remember when I told you about Fredo Corleone and how he didn't have the respect of the family because he never did his thing. He didn't have the respect of the family. See, when certain things occur, right, and we say now, oh, okay, only this going to be a meeting between the best knowers, those brothers don't get to speak. As soon as they speak, somebody say, hold up. You know they agree? All right, let's move on. Unless it's something where it's like, hold up, all right. You don't know the days agree, but you know how to fix air conditioners? All right, good, we let you talk. Cause we want the air conditioner fixed. Tell us what you need to fix it. But if we talking about the laws of the universe, listen, they know not to speak. Like you said, them brothers that can't quote their degrees, right? Whenever we start building on signs, what happens? They find a reason to be out. Jeweler TV, peace. We are part of the 5%. Not everybody is going to be like us percent. I mean, look, even within the 5%, man, there's certain people that outside of this thing right here in comment, you know, even with this thing in comment, I see them at the rally. Like, they not people. Yo, we got A Cent Truth in the room. Is this the brother you was looking for, Musaddiq? A Cent Truth. You saying peace to me, you looking forward to me, that's peace. But look, one of your students is in the room right now. He says he's been looking for you, guy. That is wild, man. Yeah, this is being a great show right here. I like this one. We made a lot of connections. A lot of people found some real 5% to build with. You understand what I'm saying? Family reunions. Brothers ain't seen each other from the 90s. Yeah, but see, everybody who's in the 5% is not necessarily my kind of people. You know what I'm saying? You know.
That one's a jerk.
See, I said it's a lot of work to be put in to be acknowledged as God by the gods, and the proof is in the fruit. Yeah. And also, you know, you gotta remember, man, this thing is a universe thing too. See, like this brother A Cent Truth, we didn't even know who he was, but he doing his duty. We ain't even had to never meet him. But see, the evidence of his fruit, that's shown and proven, man. That he's been doing for years, months, and days. That's what I call you God. Like me. I mean, look, you know, I call it mystery God. I say mystery God. I mean, I guess you could say, you know, but I let it be known that you don't exist. You mysterious. You know, that type of brother you talking about, that type of brother you talking about that don't know his lessons, I'm not that kind of God. You know, they said, also beaten and killed by the ones that advocated that kind of God. I don't advocate that kind of God. And the people that advocate that kind of God is going to lead you into dormancy, just like they've been in dormancy the whole time they had the knowledge. See? Because remember, they are planets. Dead planets is planets too. Dead planets is planets too. Do we call a dead planet the sun? Even if that dead planet got all the same elements that the sun has got in it. We don't call it the sun. We call it a dead planet. that year. If the right physics occur, that dead planet might ignite. It might, collide with another object, and that energy might be enough to ignite it. But right now, it's just a dead planet. Joe Thornton said he knows some down here in North Carolina who would take offense to being called God. That's how deep the rabbit hole goes. Who? 5% object to being called God? That's crazy. I guess, hey, they must keep it super real. Alfonso Brown says, if the black man is God, let me see, I be talking too much sometimes, and I get behind. If the black man is God, the original man who preserved the best part from all ciphers, why does one think he would subscribe to one set of teachings entirely? No. You have one foundation. See, this is what I said a minute ago when I said the white man don't have no science. This is what I'm telling you. It's no knowledge that's devilishment. It's no knowledge that's devilishment. It's just you having a certain principled stance, right, about how you looking at the world, so you don't get caught up in every person that speaks, with some verve. You understand what I'm saying? There's a lot of great speakers, right? They're great speakers, right? It's not a lot of wisdom in what they saying, though. So that's the difference between talking and wisdom. So you got a lot of people that can talk good, speak well, but it's not a lot of knowledge in what they saying. So it's not wisdom. You see what I'm saying? Like right now, you could go, it's come up on here. People studying the Anunnaki and all this stuff. Look, there's certain things I know could be applied to what we teach. You understand what I'm saying? But I know where the line is. Man. You understand what I'm saying? Like when we get in this knowledge, like I always said, man, look, we say we are babies, man. We babies in the knowledge. We newborns. So it's the same way, man. You gotta be prepared with a certain set of rules. Like look, when I send my seeds to school, right? I already gave them certain principles. Look, you don't eat this, we don't eat this, we don't eat that. So now when they get there, right? I done told them all the different ways they might try to sneak it into the ingredients. So look, don't eat that, don't eat that, don't eat this. Now when they get there, they're prepared. But if I just sent them in there, right, without them having no grounding in what our dietary law is, then they'll go in there and taste something that tastes good and be eating it. And by the time I find out, they being pigged the whole school year. So you have to be grounded in whatever it is. Look, it's the same thing with mathematics, man. You know your addition tables. You know your multiplication tables. If somebody tells you a calculation that's wrong, somebody tells you 7 times 7 is 50. Because that's why they drilled you so much on that timetable. So as soon as you hear the wrong one, you already know because you grounded so well in what is right. So you got to be grounded, man. There's no, listen, man, I told you, man, the white man got no science. You understand what I'm saying? And look, sometimes, look, a person got to dig all in the ground, do all this stuff just to get one diamond. Sometimes that's how it is. Sometimes you might listen to a person talk all this time. They might say one thing. That's how it is for me when I go around the firstborn. A lot of things I already heard them say. But we might be talking for 45 minutes and then they'll say one thing. I'm like, what God, that happened? I didn't know that. Don't misunderstand what I'm saying. What I'm telling you is that if you don't have the, look, like I was saying, when you deal with, if you read the Kemetic signs, never on Kemetic signs, I love the Kemetic signs. But if you're not grounded, right, in the black man being God and not being no mystery God, then you're going to come out of that book, out of that study, worshiping people with dog heads. Because you came from a religious standpoint. Yeah, see, intrusion. Yeah, man, look. Yeah, there's a lot of people, man. There's a lot of people with a lot of habits that could we say that they God? You know what I'm saying? Like, look, is a child molested God? Now, Cypher. I don't care if you black, is the paint on my sneakers. SW, size. She just stepping in here. A-Son Truth, peace. When I got knowledge of self, I was taught that we were required to teach at least 9 people 120. Word is bond, God. I did a video about that. That, I already got my 9. But, what I looked at a different goal, right? I put a different goal for myself. For every one of these older brothers, man, the Law Reels, Freedom, all these brothers. Everybody need to teach 9 brothers, man, for every one of them brothers that ain't on this plane no more. Man, that gets left out now. And remember, you had to take care of them 9 brothers. How them 9 brothers came out, that reflected on your teachings. You had to, saying what we saying right now, that's why you walk with a brother. Like you was taught that, like the other brother was saying, we all come from trees. That's what we was taught that, look, these is all seeds right here that you planted. You got to keep the snakes out of this garden. You got to keep it watered. You got to shine light on them so that they come out right. But word is bond. That's it. That's a strong teaching that I try to instill in the brothers that come to my class, that, if you didn't come here to learn to be a teacher, then you might as well bounce. Because this is teacher class. It's not student class. Edwin Dalval, peace to the God. He said he's justice born in law. Peace to the God. Kimmy, our man, said he's digging my enthusiasm. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I look. Like I said, man, this is a thing for me, man. Just being a 5%. Like when people say, man, I sincerely love the large mathematics, I sincerely love the large mathematics. Who's this here? Yeah, I'm running my mouth, man. I didn't miss. Y'all like 100 comments ahead of me, man. Lord Sepka, peace, said the classes on live lately have been peace. Yeah, see, you know why it's coming peace? Because the people, right, the brothers that's been coming to the class, they elevating. So see, like if you watch the last class, that was a great class for me. Like I didn't have to run my mouth the whole time. You know what I'm saying? And see, everybody was adding on. Everybody was adding on. That's why I spoke a little bit because see, that's what everybody gotta do. When you start, the key. Everybody didn't get my answer. Like when I read the answers on the questions for the date, those don't be the answers that I would have gave. That's why they the other person's answers. But see, I like it like that, right? Because I don't, even on here, right? I don't want y'all thinking that what I'm giving you is the hadith or the hadith, however, I don't know how you say it. I don't want you. Oh, yeah, there. Oh, am I back? I dropped off. All right. But yeah, like I was saying, I don't want y'all thinking that I'm giving y'all the hadith. You understand what I'm saying? Like this is the one understanding. Like, yo, this is you didn't say what the God said about it. You know what I'm saying? They said what they said about it. And that, you know what I mean? That just to see, like, look, because even when I came into the knowledge, man, it was seemed like millions of us, man. So, to see something that you love thriving. Oh, the 85. Oh, he said, yeah, not 5% taking offense to being called God. 85% the Christians, they take offense at being called God. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, that's like a supreme crime. You know what I'm saying? That's a supreme crime. There's certain things that's supreme crimes, man. Like the brother, peace to the brother, Ibika. Rasul, you know what I mean? Return to the essence, you know what I'm saying? But I ain't going over there. Crimes against the law, man. Crimes against the law. Yeah, and I see C.I., he hit a point right there. See, C.I., I mean, knowing the lessons is not going to make you God. You know what I'm saying? It's not going to make you God. That being said, I haven't seen a whole lot of people be successful at it without knowing the lessons. Because see what happened, I seen that. A lot of people, right, they'll say, I don't need to know the lessons. I am the lesson. So you the 33rd degree and the 140? Is your name W.F. Muhammad? What do you mean you are the lesson? You live the lesson. Which one you living? The culture degree in the 114? See, how do you know that if you don't know? If you don't know the lesson, how do you know? Because see, everything is mathematics, even what the devil do. So in all reality, when we say we live in mathematics, no, everybody's living mathematics. It's just some people are serving penalties while some people's getting rewards at the end. So, Smells good said, I know where the line is. Yeah. Know where the line, not to cross the line. Yeah, A-Sun Truth said supreme mathematics is the line. Yeah, see, Alfonso Brown, now you seeing it. Once you study the foundation, you know what I'm saying? Really, it's whatever your foundation is. You put that the black man has laid for the world. It is easy to separate and see the trickery. But it's whatever you're dealing with. Whatever you dealing with. Once you got your foundation, that's what the foundation is for. The foundation is so you could withstand. The building could withstand. That's what the foundation do. It makes the building stronger. $8 Truth put his digits right here, so Musadeep, you can get back in touch with your brother right there. Anybody else? I'm gonna start having a what's your name? I gotta have some kind of number or something that people could call, and everybody don't gotta put it on blast up there. As W said, you gonna get caught up thinking you half man, half lassie. Yeah, see, $8 Truth said, you know, he just add on. You know what I mean? We like a sponge. We receive the knowledge and we give it right out. But if you don't give it right out, you ain't gonna be able to receive no more. $8 Truth said, when he teach, man, he get that strong marine discipline along with it. Yeah, peace. Yeah, firstborn, Ibika. Jason Rosario TV said, peace, is it possible to teach the lessons in different languages to other original people who may not speak English? It is your duty to teach the lessons in different languages, because it's the duty of the civilized person. So you got to go wherever they at and translate it, right, into a way where they know they one in the same, though. You see what I'm saying? Because the mathematics is the universal aspect. You understand what I'm saying? Where, look, we supposed to just be able to look at each other. But you just look at somebody and be like, yo, the way that person's moving right there, he not with the rest of the 85. So you supposed to be able to see that without us even speaking. Or when you see us having a conversation with each other, you can detect that, you understand what I mean? I should be able to see, like, yo, you know, I notice for a Spanish person, I never see this person eat no pig. You understand what I'm saying? They got a lot of pork in their diet. You understand what I'm saying? You because the mathematics is still gonna be universal. You have to do that. You know what I mean? I'm judging by your name, Rosario, that you know what I'm saying, you got some, you know, Hispanic, Latin, whatever you call it, background. That's your duty. Smell Goods asked me, what did I mean? What did I mean about what? Urban Gorilla, peace to the God. God, Cypher Divine, you funny, man. Joe Thorne, you was in the Marines too? God, Cypher Divine said I had to dub my whiz on some movie time to be here in the God chat, but she already know what it is. Hey. Oh, what do I mean when I say crime against the law? Yeah, he denied the law, man. When he was locked up, man, he denied the law. Can't do that. You know what I'm saying? Like, he trying to get people to go in the mosque and all that kind of stuff, man. So my law told us to go in there, man. You not supposed to deny Allah, man. Like, avoid, look, even if you decide you want to go in the mosque, you know, if you want to do whatever you want to do, listen. Some things you don't do. Not in my book. To me, that's, you left the general, man. You can't, maybe that's just a part of my personal thing, you understand what I'm saying, where, I got my own mentality from my background, you can't do that. No, I ain't talking about nothing religious. I'm talking about Allah, who founded this nation and taught him. He went in the penitentiary and denied him. That's a crime against Allah and these teachings and everything he stood for. Like when I say when you are a child molester, that is a crime against Allah. The black man, arm, leg, arm, head. That's a crime against the people walking on this planet. Not no lightning bolt gonna strike you. I'm speaking specifically about something that happened. Born Allah said, how do I see brothers saying the earth don't necessarily have to acknowledge 120? Well, that's your woman. I don't really, you know what I mean? If you don't want your woman to know 120, or if you don't feel it's necessary for her to know 120, you know, she's reflecting your light. You know what I mean? Like, I don't really, you know, that's their woman. Now, you got to realize that, look, you know, there's earths that grew up with us. Like, there's earths that was there in the cipher with us in front of the school when it's 28 degrees outside and the wind is howling. There was earths that was out there quoting 120 lessons. You understand what I'm saying? You know, I don't know how you're going to tell them to unlearn it. You know, but I'm saying if you know, you make whatever black woman and you feel like this is the level that she needs to know to teach her babies and do whatever, you know, has to be done, then that's your signs. You know what I'm saying? Same thing with the way they dress and all that stuff. That's your woman. Kimmy Aman said, of course, other languages. Have fun with the supreme alphabet and languages like Mandarin or phonetically based language such as Kemet. Nah, it ain't no part in John Carter. Look, he still was a large man, and he still played his part in the history. You understand what I'm saying? Of the nation. It's you know what I'm saying? It's not like that, but I'm saying I ain't going. Look, his service gonna be at the mosque. His service gonna be at the mosque, man. I'm not going over there. You understand what I mean? But yeah, peace to him. You know what I'm saying? He was a large man. You know what I'm saying? You know, but a lot of, you know, those people that you hear from back then, that's what it was. See, Allah loved them, and they was his people. But in terms of, you know, when we really, you know, dealing with the history of what happened, you know, they played a small part. So, you know, I've been on that about him. You know, it's not nothing bad. You know, I ain't gonna say it's not nothing bad. I'm saying it's not nothing, you know, like, you know, I want to launch a campaign or, you know, other people got to see it the way I see it. But for me, you know, and then it got a little more out of hand where, you know, it was like a back and forth kind of thing in there. You know what I'm saying? Smell Good said, what's hadith? Your word is born, your wisdom is true and can be applied daily, or I wouldn't be listening, just speaking for myself. But now see, this what you said, that was key. You said it's something that you apply. You understand what I'm saying? It's something, see, so now once you apply it, that becomes your knowledge. You don't know it because I said it. You know it because you did it and you lived it out. See, the hadith, to my understanding, somebody here that have a little more knowledge of you know, the Arabic language, the hadith is the belief. Like, that's like, you know, if you got a verse in the Quran, right, and then the Hadith is what that mean, you know, in the Sunnah or whatever, or to the Sunnah, or you understand what I mean? You know, and then this is the official one that nobody can go outside of that. You see what I'm saying? See, like you said, when you go apply it, right, you may see something different that I didn't see. Or it may be something that I applied. You say, yo, you know what, God? Yeah, you was doing that piece, but yeah, you don't need to do that. I did it like this. You understand what I'm saying? That's why this is not religion. Infinite Mind says some of the strongest builders are the true and living earths. God cipher divine. So if an earth is not reflecting 120, that's a direct reflection or shot at the sun who shines on her. Well, I mean, you ain't got to be in the 5% world to hear that. That, you know, a woman is a reflection of the man. Look, you can look at it in the most simple way, right? If a man is an abuser, right? If a man is a woman beater, you're going to see that evidence on his woman. and that's you know, if a man smokes crack, you're going to see, you know, in his woman, either she's struggling to keep everything together because he's messed up, or she's smoking crack too. You know, but like I said, she may not know 120 because he don't need her to know 120, right? That's what he's basing his home on. You see what I'm saying? So that's not, you know, I don't get all too concerned with that. You know what I mean? If you feel like, yo, because you know 120, she better know 120, then that's the science. Now see, Infinite Mind, he said, now that's a thing too. He just hit what I was saying. Is it that she wants to learn and you don't want to teach her? Or you want to teach her and she don't want to learn? What he said, John Carter, he said, when I seen Janazah, what's Janazah? Luke K said, let's say you love Allah's mathematics, but you're not a great teacher. Those that take away from being 5%. I mean, yeah, everybody is not the best orator. You know what I'm saying? Everybody, but you know, look, there's some people that they could attract a lot of people to the knowledge, but they can't keep them. Like you got people that look, they teach people, and after about 2 weeks, the person goes to somebody else to learn because they realize that, yo, this person, they good at attracting the people, whatever it is about them. They, you know, people like to hear them speak, but they may not, you know, there's no meat there. You understand what I mean? Like they can give you the milk, but they can't really give you the meat. You understand what I'm saying? But see, you gotta remember that, you know, these things happen in all different ways. Like, see the boxing class? That's a different form of teaching. You see what I mean? Maybe you can't talk like this right here, or like in the class like that. You see what I'm saying? But it's all different ways for you to still add on with the baby. That's the creative power, you understand what I mean, that exists within man, where we have to be able to look at our skills and talents. Like, see how the guy said, you know, he was in the Marines. You understand what I mean? So certain elements of discipline, he imparts that to the people that he's teaching. You understand what I'm saying? But you know, everybody ain't gonna play the same role in the same part and be on the same post. You understand what I mean? Or teaching the same way. Abdul Rafi said he saw a video that Papa Wu said he wished Allah told him that everybody's God, not just the black man. Yeah, I would have to see that video for some context. John Carter said they say the hadith are proofs to the series. Joe Thornton said hadith literally means tales of men or apocrypha. It may or may not be true. See, this is some science right there. I didn't know. Oh, John Carter said janaza is a Muslim funeral. Yeah, see, I don't even know. Listen, man. I don't even, but yeah, that's, yeah, I didn't know that though. That hadith means tales of men. So this is what they saying, that the men, this is how the men comprehend the surahs, you saying. But yeah, that's what I'm saying. Don't, we all then, if we saying that, look, we all understanding it, and we all wisdom and understanding. That's what I'm saying. Don't get caught up that, there's an official hadith or there's an official understanding. There's 9 ways to break everything down. So that means that for every one of them 9 ways to break down, you could break each one of them down 9 ways. So it's what? It's infinite. It's infinite. That's what I mean when I say don't take what I'm saying as the hadith. You understand what I'm saying? Like, it's not other brothers out here, especially for the people who want to learn in your area. That's what I'm saying. I don't think you got to just come to New York to build with me. I mean, that's peace. I want to see you and all that. But I'm saying that, look, Allah is God in the whole earth, in the whole heavens above. Hashim, Master God, Allah, peace to the God. It's a science. You out in Texas, right, God? I think we had some people in here from Texas that was looking for the true and living gods. Hashim is the true and living God. If you in Texas. MF the Truthful said, what if you dealing with a wisdom that was raised in the NOI? All right, now, it still coincides with what I was saying, that, look, if that's her foundation and what it is, then only I can give you is the science of Allah, man. So you said, what if you dealing with a wisdom that was raised in the NOI? Now look, Dora wasn't raised in the NOI, but she never left the NOI. That was her worldview. She never left over there. So I'm just saying that to say that, look, you may have to accept that her foundation in that is so strong that, and then you got to make your decision. Can you base your history on that? Y'all might have issues with her thinking that you blaspheming. John Carter said, MF, that would be easier than one who's Christian. Man, John Carter, that's a rough one, man. That's a rough one. Now, see, look, the Christian one, you're gonna have problems with the pig, and those types of habits, but how it's more difficult to teach somebody that think they know than somebody that know they don't know. And then you already dealing with the dynamic of man and woman. I'm not sure, man. I'm not sure. Sometimes you don't want to be dealing with somebody that think they know. Divine Truth of Allah said, with what you are making known cannot also be drawn up from one dying as his or her own iniquity after giving knowledge of oneself, and they don't acknowledge the lessons. Yeah, the mental death. But physical death, man, see, that's what I'm saying. People be doing that, talking about, yo, this thing that's happening. We don't want to get caught up in this religious stuff. See, that's what I'm saying. You start to get close to the line, right? When people are being smited physically, volcanoes is erupting because people are, sinning and stuff like that. We don't want to go over there. You understand what I mean? He did what he did. He lived his life. It's done now. There ain't no heaven or hell coming from that. You understand what I mean? How he came out during the time when he was manifesting that magnetic, for those years he was on this plane, that's what happened. You see what I'm saying? Like all these different things where they want to dig people back up and try all these cases. No. You know what I mean? That's why I said, look, I'm not just saying, I didn't mess with him then. When he was alive, different people, yo, come over here, he speaking. I don't want to hear what he got to say. I'm not treating him no different now than I treated him then. I don't want to hear what he has to say. Alfonso Brown said, is hadith not the words, ways, and actions of the Prophet Muhammad, not to bring the conversation too far into religion? I mean, it's possible. But now look, this definition that you giving, Alfonso Brown, that's the one I want to stay away from, especially. Because see, once you said the Prophet Muhammad did it, and he's the last and greatest, right? Then we all got to do what he's doing and say what he's saying and see how he's seen it, even though he existed 14 years ago in a totally different time and place. You understand what I'm saying? That's what I want to stay away from everybody thinking you got to apply all the same things. You ain't doing the same thing I'm doing. See justice, peace to the God. Joe Thornton said, when I was in the mosque, the term hadith was used when men who may or may not have met the Prophet Muhammad would claim the Prophet said XYZ, but it's not actually written in the Quran. Right. See, this is all connected to what I'm saying, where you acting like these words, these words, like you said, men is writing these words, and all of a sudden they supposed to have precedence over other people's words or other people's understanding, because like you said, the Prophet Muhammad supposedly said. I'm not the Prophet Muhammad. I'm just your brother, God. Yeah, John Carter, that's true. When you show and prove you true and living, the black woman will bear witness. That's true too. Where, there's some people that they not gonna necessarily, like we saying, like where a lot of women is like that, where they may not necessarily They may not necessarily agree with all the facts that of everything that we teach, but they respect us, right, for being who we say we are, for standing on the square and doing what we say we do. And people will bear witness to that. Like I said before, so that's being civilized. When you civilize, people will recognize your civilization, because even the devil was taught to live a respectful life. And that means to do the knowledge. Yeah, Joe Thornton, you hitting it on the head. He said it's akin to someone saying the Father said X, Y, Z, but no one else could confirm that. Yeah, that's what people say when they religious. Allah said this, Allah said that. Allah. Yeah, Allah said a lot of things. I ain't gonna say I never deal with what Allah said, but even if I do that, for the most part, you will hear me say, look, the firstborn told me Allah told him this. John Cotton. Nah, I'm telling you, don't sleep on those Christian women. Those Christian women is good. I mean, the ones that actually believe it. Because one thing about Christianity, they got a strong contingent of people that call themselves Christian and don't actually believe it. Like if Christian really believe it, then they got to be like my man. There was a guy, right, that a dude was choking, right? And the other guy didn't save his life because he was like, yo, I don't know what Jesus wants for you. Like, Jesus might want this for you. Look, but he's somebody that really believed, like, look, this might not be a bad thing. Jesus might be calling you up to heaven. Yeah. Or like the guy our Master Jahad put on his page, that was a grimy joke though, where he said, look, why don't we just send all the Christian people to fight the wars, since no weapon formed against them shall prosper? Manola Music and Films, peace to the God. Oh yeah, the Quran is supposed to be quoted by Muhammad. Oh yeah, so yeah, I see what you're saying now, Joe Thornton. Like if the Quran is already quoted by Muhammad, why I need this cat over here? I don't need you to say nothing, man. I thought I was the last prophet. What are you talking for? Yeah, that's some funny business right there, man. Oh man, her mom's is the captain in the NOI. Well, MF the truth, all I can tell you, which your name is revealed, right? You say your name is revealed now? Yeah, well. That's aspects of I got the knowledge as a child, so that simplified things. You know what I'm saying? I didn't, that's also dealing with a little bit the topic of the thing that, you know what I'm saying? You already had responsibilities when you came into the knowledge. And when I came into the knowledge, I was only responsible for myself. Get to school, get back. You understand what I'm saying? But, when you're dealing with that, all I can tell you is you're going to have to show your civilization to that degree. You're going to have to show your civilization to that degree. The Mars being the captain. Whew. Hopefully she don't try to give you orders and make you the lieutenant. Under that circumstance, I don't know how you make it. But, from right now, just, whoever, you say whoever you say you are, just be on the square of that. You understand what I'm saying? Like, see, if you notice, I ain't got a lot of trolls in this group and stuff. People come can see. I just talk about who I am, right? And I do the stuff what I said I'm doing. So no matter who you are, you gotta respect me. You understand what I'm saying? Look, my grandmother, you know what I'm saying? When you know, she was, you know, they wasn't happy about me being a 5%. You understand what I mean? But over time, as they saw, you know, the impact that it was having in the person that came out of me when I got the knowledge, you know what I'm saying, they came to respect it. You understand what I mean? Like my grandmother in Florida, you know, she go to church every day. Well, she returned to Essence now, but she was the type to go to church every day. You understand what I'm saying? Not just on Sunday. You know, the preacher used to come to our house. You know what I'm saying? You know, but over time, you know, eventually I came to her house one day and she was like, you know, yo, you know, I already cooked and everything, but you know, I got this other stuff in here. I can make this for you. You know, this ain't got no pig in it and everything. And I'm looking at her like, you know, but it was that over time, she seen that that's who I was about. You understand what I'm saying? So that's the best thing I could tell you. Is that your word, especially dealing with her mom's being the captain, is your word has got to be life. Capital LIFE. Because she's just waiting. She's just waiting to say, see, told you. John Carter is foolish, man. He said dudes be worried about a black woman and they old earth call him Timmy. Listen, man. So MF The Truth said, you understand there's peace for the most part, but there's resistance at times. I mean, that's how that cipher's gonna be. Because she got the same lessons. You know what I'm saying? You know, like you said, the moms is CAPTAIA. You know what I'm saying? But, you know, especially depending on her personality, it's just one of them things where you're not going to be, see, you look, even a lot of things we doing, man, right? We showing and telling. We showing and telling. You see what I'm saying? A lot of things, man, you could only prove by doing it. You understand what I'm saying? Like somebody tell you they gonna kick your ass, they can say it 1,000,000 times. To prove it is another thing. You understand what I'm saying? So a lot of things you're not gonna be able to do through conversation. You're not gonna be able to do through conversations. You're gonna have to show and prove, not tell and prove. You understand what I'm saying? Like you know. Because like I said, her worldview is already formed. So every time, you know what I'm saying, when you tell somebody this is the truth, because they got a worldview that all this stuff comes from a mystery God, that's what they assign it to. Just like people that don't understand medical, they don't understand the body. And they think, you know, you getting sick because of some other dumb thing. And not the practices of how you eating or how you living. You know what I mean? The dirt or the cleanliness that you living amongst. If you thinking that, no, this is a curse because somebody in the town is not worshiping, you know, the mystery God the right way. You understand what I'm saying? So you're going to have to keep that. You're going to have to keep that, you know, and to me, my understanding of it is that's all you could do. You know what I'm saying? Like, look, even, you know, we say, look, you build with somebody, and if, you know, you can't get it done through that, you got to take it to the physical. You know what I'm saying? So, you know, that's what you're going to have to do. Those things that is the resistance on, you got to just go ahead and prove it. MF The Truth said, what is the difference between a moon and an earth pertaining to women? Now that's actually a question I was going to address eventually, because you have a lot of brothers saying that the moon is a dead planet, right? Why would we have death on the universal flag? See, that comes from the moon is in science what they call geologically dead, meaning there's no earthquakes and stuff like that on the moon. There's no, atmosphere, no weather. It's geologically dead. That's what they mean by that. You understand what I'm saying? But the moon is the mental capacity of the black woman. And you in a situation right now, brother, where I can't say because I'm not the best knower. You the best knower. But I'm saying, see, now it's possible, right? That the captain is the moon of your black woman. That can happen. Just like a woman could be dealing with a man who's a follower, and he's rotating around a sun. So that was a very interesting question you asked there. I don't know if that was the reason you asked it. Alfonso Brown said, can one not be civilized, true and living, and have knowledge of self, void of the lessons? Much of the source knowledge of the lessons comes from those from outside or before the NGE. Yeah, you can. See, this is what I'm telling you. We saying a very specific thing. When we say, look, we, the 5% on this poor part of planet Earth, right? Built into the lessons is that there's other people out there who know that they're God. Because who was Alfonso? Oh, I didn't mean, I just know that's your name too. Far's fathers, W.F. Muhammad, his father's name was Alfonso. So how did Alfonso give him the knowledge unless there was some people out there that always knew that the black man is God? See, that's coming back to somebody was asking me before about the tribe of Shabazz. That's what I'm saying. The tribe of Jabbar and tribe of Shabazz is just a distinction that some people never lost the knowledge of themselves. Everything that was associated with straying away from civilization, Allah was saying, that's not us. We the son of man that agreed that there is no God but the son of man. You understand what I'm saying? So we know that there's other people out there, right, that, they know the science and they live it out. The fact remains that a lot of these people, even in my time, these people just started talking like that, man. Nobody in the 1980s, everybody was saying that we made supreme mathematics up. Everybody was saying that we was twisting words. When we said Islam is our self-Lord and man. See, a lot of things you hear now that's common knowledge, it wasn't like that, man. We taught that. You saying now that those people was before us. No, they might have had that knowledge before us. But they wasn't saying that before us, right? When did Malcolm X? I'm not saying he didn't. I never heard all his speeches. I never read all his writing. When did Malcolm X say the black man's God, the 5%, all them stuff. We taught that. Now these other people that you saying, yeah, they God. They God. God is the Most High, right? Listen, Michael Jordan was a god of basketball. LeBron James is a god of basketball. We got gods of all types of ciphers, from what? Highest to lowest. We God of the universe. So it's other people, yeah, they coming around. You know, look, it's people that they don't know. Like, look, it's people that live a righteous life. They in their community, they uplifting the kids and all that. But they eat pig, they eat ham and cheese sandwich. When they, you know, after they play ball with the kids or whatever, you know, they buy them all ham and cheese sandwiches. They take them, you know, to church. You know, whatever the case may be. But what we saying is that this is a particular thing, and what I'm telling you is that only certain people can really internalize this and do this, man. I'm telling you, I seen it myself. It's brothers that were standing inches from me and heard the same things that I heard from the same people at the same time. We from the same neighborhoods, ate the same food before we came down there, and they didn't react like me. So that's another thing that you gotta understand that you gotta understand is that, look, a person, okay, you God, you this, you that, but you're not one of us. The way how we do it. Like, see those other guys that you saying, right? If you come up and you ask them questions, like people come on here and ask me, right? Are they really living? Yes, you know what I mean? Like, for the most part, these other people that you saying, they God how? Are they speaking life and saving the people? You know what I'm saying? That's there. Look, Dr. Sebi was a god of medicine. But I don't know him to be a 5%. That's why I wouldn't say Dr. Sebi is God. I don't know him to be Lord of all worlds from highest to lowest. You see what I'm saying? And look, I see the evidence of his being the god of medicine. Just like I see the evidence of A-Sun Truth being God of the universe. Yeah, MF the Truth, yeah. Your name is revealed Allah. I know it. Look, they in there, yeah, they reveal Allah. Well, you better come in there and go to Juma. That's how she's thinking. That's how she's talking. Cause you know that's what women do. When you ain't around, that's like a thing. Like when you ain't here, I be running my mouth. They proud of that. Divine Truth Allah said, my experience from those who are Christian, the conditioning is deep. Even when the truth is in front of them, they still don't bear witness to the truth of who the true living is. That's religious people. That's religious people in general. Christianity is about emotionalism. People like the way believing in Christ makes them feel. Yeah. Yep. See, that's why the most of the people in church be sinners. Because it makes them feel like it makes up for their sin. Subkiss said, this is what is overlooked when we use our wisdom, showing our ways. And oh yeah, Sometimes, yeah, we talk a good game, right? But we ain't living it out. And see, the people see that. The people see you a phony. Like, just being official with whoever, like, look, a person could be a criminal. But if you hardcore with it, like, look, you don't care when the police come, you fight with them too. Even the police will respect you. Everybody respect, like, look, nah, he not a person that just, he pick on church mice all day. Oh, man. King Me says, was Yaqub a devil or God? Now, the simplest answer here, right, is that God made the devil. And if you change Yaqub to the devil, then the devil made the devil. And then that fundamentally starts changing the understanding. You know what I'm saying? To make devil, one must first begin grafting from the original. What was the first thing that was grafted? The ideas in Yaqub's mind. So he was the original. But I've never understood the concept of Yaqub being the devil. Oh yeah, Lord Sepka, yeah, I understood what you were saying. That actions speak louder than words. Actions speak louder than words, but a lot of people, you know what I'm saying, we get so, caught up and the words sound beautiful. When you hear certain brothers speaking, but it's actually gotta be some work behind that. You understand what I'm saying? For it really to produce understanding that people could see. Lord Hashim said, right and exact, this knowledge doesn't happen by osmosis. Everyone is not going to get it. God Cypher Divine said, so if Sabi is the God of medicine, he is God. So that crackhead who is the God of his condition, whether positive or negative, he is still the God of his reality. Yes. Explain to you again, man. The universe is all worlds from highest to lowest. Like, see this thing? The white man is God. No, he's not. The white man may be looked at as a God in his family and amongst his people the same way the black man is looked at as God. But this is the bottom line. What part of the universe can he be in that I am not God of? And if I'm already there as the Most High, what is he doing? We are God of the universe. I don't want to get religious on you. But see, these people are little G's. I tell you in the Bible, there's a capital G and a lowercase g. And I don't want to, take that away from them, but I'm just saying that in terms of what we talking about, our worldview, the brother asks, why don't we call people outside the nation God? Even though, listen, there's dolphins that can hear better than us. There's birds that can see better than us. We are the highest form of existence. Ain't none of them mastered us yet. You understand what I'm saying? Just because a person do one thing, no, man. That's like, look, person going to NBA, you just jump real high, but you can't do nothing else. And these are bad examples. I don't want to use these examples to say Sabi can't do nothing else or none of that. But I'm just saying that in terms of person asking, why don't we can, because when we look at every world that we deal with and say, yo, are you God in this world? No, he's not. John Carter is crazy, man. After the class, the after class, that's gonna be a series. I'm gonna have that after every class. You know, if we get something good. Yeah, not here a little, but you know, it tells you in the lessons that Yakub was an original black man. In the lessons, it tells you that the original man is God of the universe. So you judging by the action what occurred. You understand what I'm saying? You judging by that one thing. But that's kind of like, you ever heard that saying that, you know, one unrighteous act is not going to make God the devil. Just like one righteous act is not going to make the devil God. You understand what I'm saying? You got to look at what he had the power to do. You understand what I'm saying? The devil don't have the power to do that. You see him trying all the stuff he doing. We was talking about that, you know, not too long ago. We doing all this genetic, all this stuff. Supreme justice in the house. Yeah, see, that's a good point right there. If Supreme Justice said, if I make a donkey, does that make me a donkey? You know what I mean? Saying that that's a certain process right there. Because if I'm not mistaken, I'm not sure which way it goes, but I think a donkey is a cross between a horse and a mule. So that's something that a person got to do that through animal husbandry. So he would have done that through animal husbandry, right? But that would still not make him a donkey. Alfonso Brown said, how does the story of Yakub differ from a myth? Depends on who you are. You know, the reality in the myth, that's all in your mind. Because see, you could turn reality into a myth. Like I said, look, the volcano erupts, right? That's reality. Yeah, it happened because these people over here is sinning. Because they sinning, then yeah, the mountain blew up and we all died. That's the difference between the reality and the myth. The people who, you know, gravitate to the mythology because they lack understanding, that's what they're going to deal with. But you could deal with that. Look, like I said, medical science was turned into mythology for thousands of years. Yeah, see, Supreme Justice, he was talking about, you know, the monkey ciphers. I have to agree. You know, that's like I wouldn't even try to teach you. Even me, my math ain't that powerful, son. My math ain't that powerful. Supreme Judge, even I can't swing that one. The great. Lord Shepka said, everything is grafted from the original. Does that make everyone have the capability to be God of the earth? If they the original, but you gotta remember, original mind and body. It's Asiatic. You understand what I'm saying? See, that's why I say we Asiatic. We know, look, physically, I'm from New York. But my mindset, right, was not developed in the wilderness. That's why we Asiatic. You understand what I'm saying? So yeah, if they the original man, and then it's another thing too. Now you gotta look. It might sound like semantics, but remember, the devil was made from the original people. I'm just saying there's a little bit of a distinction there. The original people is all these people mixed in together like y'all talking about now. Ones that have the knowledge and ones that don't have the knowledge. See, when it tells you the original man, that be unmistakably only the black God can do that. So, like you said, the capability, yeah, the potential for that energy to flow through them, right? But it's one of them things, like, look, if I give you a copper wire, right? The copper wire has the capability to conduct electricity. Peace, Alchemy, man. Yo, that's peace to the God, too. I gotta hit you up. I want you to come on my channel. But, and by that same token, right? You gotta understand that that's how the light is with the original people. That just don't mistake the electricity for the wire. Even though if you don't want to get shocked by the electricity, you don't touch the wire. Don't mistake the electricity for the wire. So as black people, we have the characteristics and the properties, right, to be the best wire to conduct the electricity. But don't mistake that for actually having electricity flowing through us. Alfonso Brown has the story of Yaqub been shown and proven to any degree beyond speech. I mean, this is what I'm saying. When I mean, if you're asking, what? Master Bill trying to get in touch with me. I'm on phone to Master Bill. You know they. Whoo. But this is what I'm saying. When you say shown and proven, now look. Do you mean, is it corroborated in other places? No. But when you say, has the science of Yaqub been shown and proven? Yes. I don't know if you paid, was it you that just put there about the after class? the after class sessions where the brother was building, and he said, listen, man, whenever you around a group of people that's dissatisfied, they have someone who's the best knower amongst them, and he's their leader. That's the Yakub. Like if you saying that who Yakub hasn't been proven to exist, right? Then I'm not, like I said, otherwise you saying, is it corroborated in any place else? But I'm pretty sure, or I've been under the impression that I've been demonstrating that 120 lessons is shown and proven. That's one of my goals on here. Right, see, Joe Thornton hit what I said on the head. Mythology doesn't necessarily mean false. There's a difference between historical truth and profound truth. Something can be profoundly true even though it hasn't actually occurred in history, meaning that the science, the knowledge, and wisdom in there can be shown and proven. And see, when he used the word profound, right, it may surpass the historical truth because the lesson that's in that profound truth can be applied so many more times and ways than the historical truth. Like if I just say, yo, you went to the store and bought a box of Tide, that's a historical truth. But we ain't gonna be building, on people ain't gonna be tuning in to hear me say, yo, you bought a box of Tide. Because it's not profound. Yeah, John Carter, you and Jigga 1017, man. You and Jigga 17. Y'all keep me laughing, man. Yeah. I mean, even Alfonso Brown, like, you remember the time when I said, look, Elijah told about Yakub. He said that Yakub grafted the devil 6,000 years ago. And that now, through the science of, the DNA, they got something called a Human Genome Project. And they determined in the Human Genome Project that all blonde-haired, blue-eyed people descend from a common ancestor that lived 6,000 years ago. So, there's certain things, like, are you having a conversation with somebody that's asking you this question? Like, they're asking you the question and you don't know how to answer it? Peace, Kimmy.
Good. You ate something?
Yeah, King Me. If you know about the science of what's his name? Mengele, Punnett, the guy that made the Punnett square. You know what I'm saying? Scientifically, they've proven about dominant genes and recessive genes.
What you want?
So if they,
What are the options? Stop doing that. Just tell me what you want.
I think you mean, is it corroborated? John Carter. Well, Alfonso Brown, if you saw Born Perfection's Understanding, then you should see. I mean, well, I don't understand why you still have the same question. Oh, man. They attach, brother, the scientific method is just a way to discern the truth, man. There's no white man science, man. They attach their finding through the scientific method. See, now look, you're right. They put evolution and migration and all of these things in there. But it's some things that they can't hide. They can't hide gravity. They can't hide the biological fact that black is dominant. See, that's one reason why I go through those things that I go through. See, like the last question I asked, right, was about the what temperature does sound travel at 1,120 feet per second? That's because a lot of times, right, if you look it up, right, you will see it says things like 1,125 feet per second. There's a specific reason for that. You got to know how to read these scientific. You got to know how to read these scientific papers or whatever. You know what I'm saying? You can't just read the headline and think you know. You got to know the base sciences that they use. You know, it's only a certain amount of base sciences, physics, chemistry, biology, you understand what I'm saying? And then they got these other fields that develop from those base sciences. You can't forget, you know, which you might say that's theirs too, but you know, you can't forget when you was back in school in lab class and the experiments that you did for yourself. Like, remember when you did the thing with the candle in the water and it proved that the air was 20% of the atmosphere? You got to keep these things in mind, man. You know, how they apply it, what they do with the science of it. But listen, let me tell you something. When you do this is how you know. The medicine, right, is designed for the white man. Black people don't have all the same reactions. Like, if you look up the numbers, the white man has the best medical outcomes because medicine is made for him. Even white women do not have as good of outcomes because what they do is they just say, okay, well, the white man take this much medicine, all right, you the black man, take that much. You take the same amount of the same medicine. Right? If you a white woman, okay, you about 2/3 the size of a white man, so we give you 2/3 the dose. But the thing don't really mesh. It don't really combine well with your biochemistry. You see what I'm saying? And they know this. And they use the knowledge of what these genes is and what they do when they doing their experiments. My question is, how can you accept the account of the manufacturing of the devil on the island 6,000 years ago over a 600-year process solely on a story given to you by other people with no repeatable evidence. It just seems like you're missing what you're saying that you see. So, which story do you accept? Because a lot of these other stories are not plausible either. Like the idea that people went into a cave, right? The idea that people went into a cave and just gradually got lighter and lighter and lighter, right? That don't make sense. Because if a woman breaks her arm and gets pregnant, the baby's not going to be born with a broken arm. If you saying that it was the temperature, then why don't people that been in Alaska for 16,000 years, why they ain't white?
Yo, did you figure it out?
Let's which one of these stories? That's what I'm saying. You saying that that's not plausible. But what I'm telling you is that every element that exists in that story had to exist in order for there to be white people now. Some had to be killing black babies. Because one black person in the mix, we already know what that does. Okay, so this is what I'm saying. What are you saying? Like, you see white people right there. Where you saying they came from? I'm asking you. See what I'm asking you, right, is to explain this specific thing. Like, see, there's certain things that we know is absolutely the case. We know for a fact, right, that white people had to come from an isolated situation. So when you say, how could we think it happened on an island? Because I've seen what happens when one black person mixes into a white family. Because I've seen that. So when you say, how do I say it's an island? Because I know that it had to be an isolated population. And in every version of where they came from, it's an isolated population. You gotta remember, we're not saying that Yaqub is a magical person, that the people went to the island and he said, bing, with his finger, or he twinkled his nose like back on the days in Bewitched, and all of a sudden people turn white. This is a science what he's talking about of sex. Are you saying that white people did not come to the planet through sex? What's the other theory you talking about? The theory of them going in caves and getting lighter and lighter? Okay. The story that they was no. You talking about that's the scientific theory. The theory that they went in the caves in the mountains and it changed by the elements. But this is what I'm saying. If a woman goes to the beach, a white woman, and gets a suntan, right? The baby's not going to be born with a tan. How is this idea that they just by osmosis went into the mountains in caves and did it? Right. That's another thing. Your timing is all off. So, to put a point on it, basically, Alfonso Brown, you saying you don't know what it is, but you think that's wrong. Because, see, what I can tell you is this. Wise ruler, peace. What I can tell you is this. Hold on. Alfonso Brown said they are saying the original man went to the mountains and caves and their genes mutated over time, which is essentially graphic. But what I'm saying is how. Because I've only heard one plausible theory to me that's as plausible as Yaqub. And guess what? It's because of the sun and not because of the caves. It's because of the sun. And who's the sun? But listen, in one theory, right, that once you go, like you know, on the planet Earth, the equator is one of the lines of latitude. When you look at the globe and it's those lines going across and the lines going down, the lines that go up and down is longitude. The lines that go side to side is latitude. You know what I'm saying? When you go below a certain latitude and above a certain latitude outside of the range of the equator, right, that black people don't get enough sunlight. Like when you buy oatmeal and cereal and stuff like that, and it tell you it's fortified with vitamin D and vitamin C and all of that, that's because original people don't get enough sunlight unless they inside a certain range where they could get enough sun. So that would be something when you see if you ever look at those old pictures and you see those little babies and they legs is crazy bold, that's something called rickets. It's a malnutrition thing. And that's something that would kill black babies. You understand what I'm saying? And conversely, if it was a white woman, right, that in their inside the latitude range that I just spoke of, right? If they're inside of it and not outside of it, that is too much sunlight in that the what they call it, the UV radiation causes too much damage to their cells, including their reproductive cells. So they wouldn't be able to come back and reproduce amongst the original people. However, even when you hear that story, even when you listen to that version, then the son is Yaqub. Think about it. What's happening? Babies is being born. They struggling. What's happening? What the white people used to do to their kids they didn't want? Leave them out in the street. Abandon them for the wild beast to come and get them. See, your mind has to be out of Christianity for you to understand this thing, man. See, Joe Thornton said mythologies are cultural stories designed to teach you a deeper meaning about something than yourself. And I'm going to tell you another thing about mythology, right? There's some things that just because you don't see that there right now, it don't mean that that thing never existed. Meaning that right now, right? Let's say if a nuclear bomb hit America, right? Multiple nuclear bombs, right? It destroyed all the infrastructure, right? And when people came, the city, all the cities was bombed out and everything. And look, and we was telling people that, yo, son, once upon a time, we should communicate on the internet and we should see each other and we should be able to talk all the people be like, yeah, right, son. You used to do all that, but right now, you living amongst this rubble. See, because even though we know that it's the internet, we know it's computers, cell phones, all that, we can't build it back. So see, right now, when certain things, they go to Africa, right? Or they go wherever they go, and the people tell them, yo, nah, once upon a time, we was like this and like that. And the white people was like, what? You walking bare feet now. But that's because that's after a lot of things got destroyed over there. So right now, you saying, you saying a certain thing about mythology, man, without understanding that the way a story get passed down, certain things may be mythology. Like, yo, how bad your grandfather was. Yo, your grandfather, he beat everybody. But in reality, he was just a man like everybody else. But by the time it get passed down, the way some of y'all talk about Allah, y'all make it mythology, but that was a real person who existed. So you gotta, what you saying about mythology really applies to what you saying about what the white man does. Is you're filtering it through your way of seeing those people as savage. So anything they say must not be true. Alfonso Brown says, them being in the caves in their weather, having much less sun, made them deficit of vitamin D and C, changing their physical composition slightly, making them weak in the face of the sun. I thought we just been through this, man. How is that going to make your kids white? Like, think about it, man. The cocaine, we say they weak bone or weak blood and all that, but, you got them J.J. Watt, you got to remember, physical power and physical strength is not the same thing. If you think you could just go attack an offensive lineman because he white and you gonna win, that it don't work like that. So these things, this right here, no, that's not very plausible, man. That there might have been some of us who was lighter than others. And so those individuals survived, right, in a climate where it wasn't enough sunlight for the knowledge seeds to survive. Those that was light enough, they survived. And as you became lighter and lighter, you would thrive. And that's the thing, man. It's something that's got to be eliminating the black people from the gene pool. See, this nice little rosy thing where, they just went in the caves and just got lighter and lighter and lighter. No. Some had to be eliminating the black seeds. Jamal Gray says some refuse to acknowledge the science contained in allegory. Exactly. Because listen, let me ask you a question. Did Newton ever really sit under the tree and the apple hit him in the head? Did Newton really ever sit under the tree and the apple hit him in the head? There's a question about that. But we all learned about gravity through that. And he is, in fact, the person who manifested those formulas for the European world. Yeah, Joe Thornton was saying when I was talking about Aesop's fables that morals is transmitted through each story. Like the story of the boy who cried wolf is shown improving. It's shown improving. Unless you're looking for some, see, look, man, Alfonso Brown, do you know the difference between the GOLD and the GOAL? When they said they would promise more gold for their labor, right? Do you understand the difference between the GOLD and the GOAL? See, that's what it is, man. If you don't understand, man, that the real goal that we received, man, was the supreme understanding that we got from being exposed to the supreme mathematics. That's the real goal. Right now, it seems like you still looking for the GOLD, the physical GOLD. All right, now see, you hit something on the head right here, but it seems like you went backwards. You said also, them being distant from the root, their culture, ways, and actions, they no longer were civilized until they were retaught by the civilized original man. No. It's the other way. Their culture, ways, and actions had to be other than self, right? For them to even follow Yakub. There was already other. What you went up there for? Like even look in the Human Genome Project, right? Mostly all the DNA that's ever been manifested, right, stayed in Africa. Only 2 strains of DNA, according to the Human Genome Project, right? See, because for you, Alfonso Brown, you seem to want these stories to be corroborated, right? So that's why a lot of times I show you that, look, this is not nothing that I'm saying. This is universal knowledge. You can look high, you can look low. People saying the same thing. Only 2 strains of DNA was the ones that went out and made everybody else. So that's why they say it's more genetic diversity in just West Africa, right, than it is in all the rest. Like you could take somebody from China, right, and somebody, you know, from well, they of course they related, but you know, some European person or whatever, and they are more closely related to each other than some people that's right in West Africa living amongst each other. Yeah, the Human Genome Project, where that's basically how they doing. Like when they got like those 23andMe sites where they be tracking people DNA, that's how they got everybody DNA, was through that Human Genome Project. Like they was mapping all the DNA, like that's a part of it, because see, by them mapping everybody out and then they could see the differences, right? That's how they started to know which genes do what when they activate it in a certain way. Or that's one of the ways they find out. Yeah, Joe Thornton hit on the head. We find what we looking for a lot of times. If we look for reasons to reject 120, that's what we'll find. If we look for reasons to understand 120, that's what we'll find. Lord Shalah said Gerald Massey broke down mythology in his book, The Historical Jesus and the Mythical Jesus. Yeah, you gotta understand, man, that the mythology, man, that's all in people's minds, man. Like, you got some things that was great, and people still came with an amount of mythology that was like, yeah, it wasn't like that. King Me said about they were put in the mountains after being on the island. The mountains from which they were said to be from and still inhabit, I can visit. Is there an island or is it a mystery? Well, no, because where do the Caucasians, right? Where do the Caucasians say their civilization started? That's a question, Mr. Alfonso Brown. This is, really, anybody can answer this. Where does the Caucasian say his civilization was founded? Y'all still here? Not the Caucasus Mountains. Jasim. Some say Vikings, some say Greece. Greece. When you go to school, right? You start out with Egypt for about a week. Then you do Greece for about 2 months. Greece. Now, who knows where Pelon, the same as Patmos, is? Does anyone know where Pelon, the Aegean Sea, right? Where is the Aegean Sea? The Aegean Sea is next to Greece. If you're looking at Greece, it sticks down into the Mediterranean. Pelon's over here on the right side in the Aegean Sea. So for the record, yes, Pelon, the same as Patmos, is an actual place. And you can visit there. Yeah, you checked out Cappadocia? Yeah, Cappadocia is that. I remember when the guy first showed me that, I was like, whoa, y'all ain't playing. Y'all ain't playing with this living in the caves thing. So in fact, I mean, you know, like I said, these is the things that if you looking at the story, right, and you understand that it's a code, like if you listen to Born Perfection, right, it's telling you that it's a code that needs to be decoded, right, and not searched for mythology. Could both of what not be true at the same time? See, now we've reached the juncture now. I went through all of that for both things to be true. What's the other thing that could also be true? Because you see what you asked me, right? Is, you know, because look, what's the history, right? Let's go through the history, right? Since you want to deal with just history, right? Now, how did you? First of all, I hope you know where the Caucasus Mountains is. The Caucasus Mountains come down into Iran. Like Iraq and Iran, all of that, that's the foothills of the Caucasus Mountains. Right? And then what happened? Alexander the Great, right? Because Iran, right? So you want to deal with history, right? Is the Persian Empire, right? That's the old Persian Empire, right? Like I said, and that's the Caucasus Mountains. So where did Alexander the Great conquer, right? And start taking the Greeks, where they started coming out the caves and start ruling? That's the actual history of what happened. People came from Patmos and ended up in the Caucasus Mountains. You can look that up. So I'm just saying, if you have understanding and you know how to read in general, not just the lessons, all these different things, then you will see that the lessons are not deficient in facts. See, Lord Shallah said there are parts of Patmos people are not allowed to go to, and there are crazy archaeological digs going on there. You see what I'm saying? Joe Thornton said the island of Patmos is notoriously abundant in psilocybin mushrooms. So you see, Alfonso Brown, we have plenty of knowledge about Patmos and what's going on Patmos and how it relates to that story. Would you say that part is not true? And this is a great, what's her name? But you know, everybody that's out there, you know what I'm saying, we got a lot of good knowledge and wisdom today, you know what I'm saying, and hopefully, look, this don't just apply to Yaqub. You also got to apply this to some things that make perfect sense. You also got to apply this to things that there's loads and loads of corroboration for. You know what I'm saying? Like when you deal with the signs of the 4 devil's heads and taking the 4 devil's heads, there's a historic science to that. You know, funny story. That degree is related to Count Dracula that you see in the movies. In reality, that's based on an individual called Vlad Dracul. And he was really from the place Transylvania, and he was a prince over there, but he was one of the greatest warriors against the Muslims. When they basically was going back and forth from 700 until about 1700, the Ottomans started making treaties with them and stuff. You understand what I'm saying? But for that 1,000 years, they was at each other like this. King Supreme put it in there. Vlad the Impaler. And that was one of the things that he would do, is he would impale the Muslim soldiers on stakes, right? And he would put the stakes up on the road between whatever Islamic town and Transylvania, so that the soldiers, as they was coming, they could see how they was, you know, this individual was going to attempt to deal with them by what happened to their brothers. You understand what I'm saying? And on the Muslim side, they was doing the same thing. Taking 4 heads, putting them on the stakes, so that the Christians would be terrified as they was going. That's an actual history of the wars between Christianity and Islam. You understand what I'm saying? Including, SW says Saladin, that's one of the wars. The Crusades is just one of the wars. That's between, 1180 is between 700 and 1700. There's a whole, they was at each other's throats. Because you got to remember, in Spain, the Muslims are in Europe. In the Middle East, they battling, it's the Byzantine Empire that's battling the Muslims back. But when they took over the Constantinople, that crushed the Byzantine Empire. That was one reason why they ran so quickly through North Africa, is because that was the Byzantine Empire. You understand what I'm saying? And the Byzantines was getting weak, and the people in North Africa didn't want nothing to do with them no more. So they really accepted the Muslims in. And that's why they rock with them straight across the desert and into Spain. So through that science, they was employing those type of tactics against each other, of actually taking 4 devil's heads, right? But Alfonso Brown, I want you to apply the same science that we just showed you with Yaqub. Don't go outside and cut white people's heads off. Do not do that. Like, you not understanding that what you asking, that the brother was saying, I thought you missed the whole point of 120. Whether it has a historic significance or not, it's for you to draw it up. Or maybe, you might not have known that history that I just told you about was being spoken about in the 10th degree. See, now look. This is what you talking about. Measure that up with the history of what they tell about Islam. What happened? At first, Muhammad came out to everybody. He invited the Christians and the Jews and all those people. You understand what I'm saying? He invited all those people, and then when they rejected him, then he took it to the war phase. You understand what I'm saying? So that's why when it tells you, you know what I'm saying, Muhammad learned that he cannot reform the devil. Those is one of that's the part of the history of what happened right there. Allah said, "Your tree is my tree, firstborn prince." How y'all, which branch y'all on? Yeah, that's peace, Supreme Just. You understand what I'm saying? But all those sciences though, Alfonso, right? All those sciences, man. He said, you think I touched on it, but how did the devil leave the island? It was devils leaving the island. It was people leaving the island the whole time. All right, now, Jasim said, what are the four devil's heads again? See, remember I told you, look, there's a history of wars, right? So look, the devils that the Almoravids is fighting in Spain, it's not necessarily the same devils that the Ottomans is fighting in Turkey. So by that same token, look, for some people, the four devils is crack, liquor, crime, you know. That's they four devils that they got to take. You understand what I'm saying? For some people, it's jealousy, envy, hate, lust. But the four devils, man, is just representing, man, whatever ideas, right, that you for as culture, right, whatever ideas that you living out, right, that's leading you in the wrong direction, man. That's the four devils that you got to take. See, those four white people just represent ideas in our head that we got to destroy. So each person may have, you know, four different devils. Like, just because you're not a greedy person, right? Just because you're not a greedy person, that don't mean you don't got four other devils. You know what I'm saying? Like, you might be a crackhead, but you always share with all the other crackheads. So, you know, greed is not your devil. Chill, y'all. This was great in here today. I gotta make a run. And y'all had me here. You know, I meant to come in here real quick, and then I was gonna do the answer to the question, and then we took off. We had a great cipher. He said, do I align that with the idea of lower self or chakras? I mean, I understand what all that stuff means, but look, it's one self. You either do shit that's less than who you are, below who you supposed to be, or you maintain your level and rise. You understand what I mean? But, you know, all that lower self, higher self, alarm bells. You understand what I'm saying? Because it can't be separated, really. You see what I'm saying? So I understand what people were saying, but look, you just you. And you either doing things that's beneath you, or you doing things on your level and elevating. That's the lower self and higher self. So yo, everybody out there, peace. I don't know if I'm gonna get a chance to come back through tonight. You understand what I'm saying? But if not, you know, tomorrow is the class. So that's another reason. Gotta get my rest, man. Cause you know, sometimes, see, last week we had a great class. Another thing, because all the people, you know, was saying last week, man. Everybody was saying, man. I have none of, you know, if y'all watch the class a lot, you see sometimes it's a role in there. You understand what I mean? But yeah, Supreme Judge, you was going to bring up the chakra signs. Yeah, the chakra, you know, that's a science, but all these things, that's why I said, stay grounded, and know that the black man is God. And that, you know, even whatever, I haven't studied all deeply into it, but I'm saying, look, whatever it could be, it can only be a science of the black man being God and a manifestation of mathematics. Can't be more than that. You understand what I'm saying? So, you know, that's one of the things. But I definitely, that lower self and that higher self, I don't like that. You know, I seen people go in that NA stuff and start saying that. Which if you go in NA, you know that's about a religious thing. Where the first thing you got to say is, I'm powerless and I accept Jesus as my savior. And then some brothers want to substitute that and say my higher self or my higher power. See, you alarm bells. Well, yeah, you got to ask questions. You got to ask questions if you don't know, Alfonso. But like I said, man, I'm going to catch y'all, man. Let me get up out of here. You know what I'm saying? Make sure I get some God degrees and all that. And I'm going to be answering the question tomorrow. And, you know, we're going to be there at 7 o'clock. And then hopefully we'll get some good stuff for the after class sessions. We should have number 2 tomorrow coming in too. But peace to everybody out there.